family housed. And so you got champions here that are working and fighting to make sure that we as a city do a better job to keep people in their housing, to keep your family whole.
Workers cutting artificial stone risk breathing in silica dust. In the longer term, that could lead to their developing the lung disease silicosis. Council members work with LA's Department of Public Health to get the message out about this preventable condition.
Silicosis is an occupationally acquired lung disease. It is caused by inhaling silica dust, and it leads to lung inflammation and scarring. It is an irreversible and progressive disease, but it is preventable with proper measures. It can take about 10 to 15 years to develop silicosis, but people exposed to high levels of silica dust can develop the disease much earlier, and that can cause persistent cough. It can cause shortness of breath and chest pain and weakness, extreme fatigue and other symptoms.
Some of the individuals that are most vulnerable for this disease work in construction, and anybody that is working with the material that has silica inside of it and would have to cut it to reach an appropriate angle is at risk for this.
Artificial stone is primarily comprised of mineral quartz. Quartz naturally contains high amounts of silica, and as a result, these artificial stone slabs typically contain more than 90% of silica.
We became aware of the tremendous health implications of so many construction workers and individuals in a lot of the trades that were being exposed and contracting silicosis as a result of their construction work. And with so many people in my community and throughout the city of Los Angeles that are in the building trades, that are often exposed to these now discovered health impacts, we want to make sure that we're protecting as many people as we can.
You can be exposed and not have any symptoms for a long period of time, but it is accumulating in your system, and ultimately, by the time you are showing symptoms, it's too late.
Often these symptoms can be mistaken for the cold or flu, asthma, tuberculosis, or even COVID-19. And unfortunately, there is no cure for silicosis.
Well, one of the main things that I wanted to do was make sure that people understood what were some of the things that are causing it, and a lot of it has to do with the way that they're actually handling the material.
So it's really important to use effective water controls to reduce airborne dust exposure, especially avoiding dry cutting, because it's when the stone is dry is when it creates the most dust. So it's really important to keep the stone wet when you're cutting it. Using approved HEPA vacuums, appropriate respirators, and for those working directly with and fabricating the engineered stone, using adequate PPE and respirators that can actually filter the dust can help to prevent dust particles from entering the body.
For more information about silicosis and the dangers of it, please visit EWDD, our Economic Workforce Development Department, or LA County Health Department for additional information.
This is one of those things that's entirely preventable. It is a horrible, debilitating disease that people get that they don't have to. And so really it is incumbent on all of us to do everything we can to prevent them from getting this.
Sun Valley is aptly named for its plentiful sunshine. But what can be done about the lack of shade? Councilmember Imelda Padilla joined community organizations and neighbors, all of whom were ready to get to work.
Today we are in the community of Sun Valley where I grew up. I'm so happy to be here. Very excited that we have our city family here from the LA Sanitation Department, as well as partners like the LA Conservation Corps, to plant more than 50 trees in this community.
You guys gotta go around.
Multiple volunteers are here. The whole process from making sure that the soil is perfectly dug, that the roots are introduced to its new home, everything related to the logistics of a tree planting just makes me really excited to know that this is what we're doing on a Saturday morning.
This community is considered low canopy, and so our efforts this morning are to increase tree canopy and clean up the air.
This is a community that is actually what we call very tree poor, very shade poor, and yet it's one of the communities that gets really hot. There's a reason why it's called Sun Valley. But by putting more trees, we're investing in the tree canopy, which creates spaces for our community members to feel comfortable to walk, enjoy walking with their pets, and just a ton of benefits that come with more shade in the region. And I want to recognize the incredible work of the Los Angeles Sanitation and Environmental Team.
Picture the tree this way.
Whose leadership helped secure the $3 million urban forestry grant.
Our partners at the LA Sanitation Program were able to secure funding to be able to pay for the trees that we're planting today. Additionally, we're also giving away or adopting out 5-gallon trees for people's private property.
Trees are an incredible way that we can provide shade for our communities, but also help to absorb the carbon pollution that causes climate change. Trees do a lot for us, and so it's really important that the city is working with all of our residents and communities, our community-based organizations, to make Los Angeles greener and healthier.
It's about making sure that every neighborhood, regardless of income or location, shares in the benefits of a greener Los Angeles.
The community around MacArthur Park knows that the area is in need of some love. But what does that look like? Well, when you need an answer, ask a child. And the local school children had plenty of creative ideas.
Today we are here with MacArthur Park Elementary unveiling a new mural. That is dedicated and is born out of the Stop the Hate campaign that is right here in the heart of our district in CD1, but also the heart of Los Angeles, in a neighborhood that needs a lot of love and needs a lot of investment. And this cultural piece here is bringing some of that love, but from the lens of the young people.
Hate Stops Here is the title of this mural. This mural was a dream in the making. I was looking for a muralist that could depict all of the wonderfulness that is MacArthur Park, that includes our students, our staff, our community.
So some of the students actually in the mural are part of the school here at MacArthur Park Elementary, and a lot of the visuals that you see are designs that the actual students came up with that I then took as inspiration to create what you're seeing here today. We met with the students and we started talking to them about not only mural design, but also Stop the Hate and what that meant to them in their immediate community. And so once we had those conversations, it started by just writing out what that meant for them, then that moved into designing, and coming up with visuals. My motivation as an artist is to create an impact in the community that's positive. It's all about the community and the unity that we formed and the love and peace that's happening here, which is the core elements to combating hate. This is huge for them. It's creating a big impact, and hopefully it's the first of many projects that we can see here in Los Angeles, specifically at MacArthur Park.
What this school is doing with this art and this mural and this love is doing to this neighborhood is a lot. And so we're going to be partnering to make sure that we can keep executing these investments to uplift this neighborhood that needs a lot of it.
Los Angeles Animal Services Pet Food Pantry is open to low-income families and individuals who are experiencing financial hardship. Qualifying Angelinos can register up to 3 pets per household and can receive a 1-gallon bag of food for each pet weekly. LA Animal Services requires that participating pets be spayed or neutered and have a current pet license. The Los Angeles Animal Services Pet Food Pantry is open every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. at the Chesterfield Square, East Valley, and North Central locations. You can support the Pet Food Pantry by giving online or by donating unopened cat or dog food at any of the City LA Animal Services centers. For more information, visit laanimalservices.com/Pet Food Pantry. Congresswoman Sidney Kamlager Dove has secured federal funding for renovations to supportive housing at the request of Mayor Karen Bass. $1.8 million in funding will be used to make improvements at a building in Skid Row, which provides housing for the formerly unhoused. The Prentice is a 3-story building dating back from 1914, which has 44 permanent supportive housing units for single occupancy, with 2 units for support staff. The new funding will support capital improvements in the building, including renovating the storefront, remodeling community rooms, and ensuring entryways meet accessibility requirements. For more information, visit mayor.lacity.gov/press. Los Angeles City Council has approved amendments to its law against tenant harassment intended to strengthen protections for renters in the city. In 2021, the city passed the Tenant Anti-Harassment Ordinance, which bans landlords from harassing tenants and made doing so a criminal offense. This latest vote amends the law to expand the definition of tenant harassment and establish a minimum civil penalty of $2,000 per violation. The updates also aim to clarify landlord responsibilities, inform tenants of their rights, and incentivize attorneys to take on harassment cases. Once approved by Mayor Bass, the ordinance is expected to go into effect within 31 days. For more information on tenant and landlord rights, visit housing2.lacity.org.
During World War II, Point Ferman's lights were extinguished to protect against enemy attacks along the coast. Whether they were part of the coastal defense or served further afield, the Point Ferman Lighthouse welcomed all to its celebration of Veterans Day.
We didn't want to let Veterans Day go by without a recognition of our veterans here at Point Ferman Lighthouse. We're right here below Fort MacArthur, and so the lighthouse and point was actually used even as a sonar station out on the point. But we thought we wanted to recognize the veterans today, and we also just want to say thank you.
For Veterans Day, we're honoring our veterans. We have special decorations, and we're meeting the veterans and making sure that they know that they are remembered and that we appreciate their service. I'm a 26-year resident of Point Ferman, and so it's important for me to show people the lighthouse and give them a sense of the history of the area, let them know what part Point Ferman and San Pedro played in the coastal defense of the United States. It's not a well-known part of our history, but there were a lot of people that did work here and that served in the area, and we like to remember all the veterans, whether they were here working at coastal defense or other places in the world.
There is the Point Ferman Lighthouse Society, which there are many, many volunteers that do different functions here. That people who do the garden, there's the gift shop, and there are other people who do different kinds of things that help promote the lighthouse.
It's a beautiful setting. You're right on the ocean. It's a beautiful house. It's furnished lovely from the period of times when the different keepers were here. It's full of history. But just to be here and take in the ocean, the atmosphere, the beauty of the gardens, it's just a lovely thing to really experience.
It's just one of those things that we can't do enough, and that's to thank our veterans for what they did. You know, there's just some things that no matter how many times you say it, it's not enough. And we really appreciate all the sacrifices that our veterans have given us to have our life that we have here in the United States.
Many veterans were able to answer the call to public service for a second time. Esteban Aguilar is one such veteran. He continues his Army career while he serves in LA's police department.
When September 11th happened. I was in middle school. My teacher, she turned on the TV and we actually saw what was happening. And I knew immediately then that I wanted to do some type of service. I wanted to serve my country, my community. I wanted to be somebody who had a purpose. And so I subsequently joined the United States Army in 2009, active duty, immediately deployed to Iraq in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. It's been a great experience. Once I completed my tour in Iraq, we got the order to actually deploy again a second time, but in this case it was a support of Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan. That experience was worse as far as like the danger that was there and the exposure to getting shot at, getting blown up. It was more traumatic in Afghanistan than it was in my experience in Iraq. I eventually had the opportunity to attend Ranger School, one of the most challenging courses in the Army. There's a very selected few that get the opportunity to go. It's not for the weak or faint-hearted. It was a great experience. So a lot of those core values, things that I learned in the military, being disciplined, how we conduct ourselves, to take initiative during stressful situations, and respecting other people. A lot of values, a lot of the culture in the LAPD is very similar to the military lifestyle. While you're serving not only the community of Los Angeles, but I can still serve my nation by still serving in the California Army National Guard as a part-time reservist. So Veterans Day is important because you get the opportunity to thank other people for their service. It's important to me because I sacrificed a lot of time, a lot of birthdays that I missed, a lot of family events, things in life that I didn't really get the opportunity to experience because I was either serving overseas or serving my nation during state of emergencies, whether it be the fires missions, the riots. Having that opportunity to thank those who raised their hand to serve their country, just appreciating and thanking their service goes a long ways.
For Veterans Day this year, the City of LA's fire department highlighted Captain Elber Navarro. His role in public safety owes a great deal to the leadership skills he gained as a Marine.
It all started when I was a kid. The military was always something that I was drawn to. I think I was a soldier for Halloween for probably 10 years or something. I had just graduated high school. I was a graduate of San Fernando High School, and I was working at Subway, which was my high school job. And a buddy of mine that was with me at Subway, he said, "Hey, I'm gonna go to the recruiting office after work today." He was my ride home. And I said, "Oh, well, I guess I have no choice. I'm going with you." And I went with him after work. We went to the recruiting office, and that was it. I was in Iraq in Operation Iraqi Freedom, and I was a squad leader. My job was to lead these men, these Marines in battle. And it's something that it's very nerve-wracking, obviously, because I'm the senior Marine for these young Marines, and I'm 22 years old at the time. I'm responsible for everything. I'm responsible for their life. I would say that was probably the most difficult of my deployments. We lost 19 Marines at the time. We ended up losing 21 total, and we had about over 200 that were wounded. It was a pretty significant battle, but I will say that I'm extremely proud that I was able to be a part of that battle, and that I'm proud of the fact that I was given the opportunity to lead these Marines in battle. And I was awarded a Bronze Star with Valor for my deployment in Iraq and Operation Phantom Fury. Fortunately for me, when I did get out, I got on at about the year mark. I got called by LAFD, and here I am, 16 years later. I think that the Marine Corps prepared me, I would say, tremendously with being a firefighter, because they instill in you that discipline. They instill in you that esprit, we call it esprit de corps, that love for country, but it also teaches you a lot of things. I learned responsibility, all things that would directly correlate to my job now as a firefighter, and now my job now as a captain. A lot of the Marines I served with, most of us are in some kind of public safety. So I think it's just that love for country. The same pride that I have for being a Marine is that same pride that I have for being a part of an organization like the Los Angeles Fire Department. If you are a veteran of the Los Angeles Police Department or the Los Angeles Fire Department, we do have a new organization. It's the Los Angeles Fire and Police Veterans Association. That's LAFPVA.org.
It was Helen Keller who said, "Alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much." In this week's feature story, our Maria Hall-Brown meets Tim Watkins, who continues the work of his father in providing togetherness in the Watts community.
The WLCAC was founded in 1965. The man who created the whole thing, Ted Watkins. Today, his son continues on with his mission. What did you see as a young man with the LACAC and your father and the community and everything this place offers growing up?
I learned to find joy in a place of despair, learning to appreciate the remarkable hope that people have. We've been convinced to think we're poor, but the truth is we're rich with potential, with possibilities.
We're surrounded by breathtaking art in this room, but it's all over this complex. Everywhere you go, there's sculpture and there's painting and there's work.
It's what the world needs now. It's love, it's peace, it's passionate, peaceful communication. Every piece of art you have seen here, in communities like Watts, artists that would otherwise probably be worse off find a way to eke out an existence, even though they're part of a starving category, because there's a tolerance and acceptance for alternatives to war and violence and destruction.
I know that one of the critical components of this wonderful facility is job training and job placement and education for particular careers. What is that program and what are you proud that you've been able to accomplish there?
So we've got the job training and development, and in that area we get a lot of people back to work that have been long-term unemployed or hard to employ. So we hire locally. 80% of our workforce lives within walking distance. Senior services, close to 2,000 meals a day delivered to people, hot and ready to eat. And then it goes on to climate services. We've got a 2.5-acre farm in the middle of what's been declared a food desert. And through that, we give out close to 40,000 pounds of food every month, free of charge. We have the enrichment division, which does all the things that you've noticed in this building with glass blowing and ceramics firing and embroidery, silk screening, movie and music production. All the different things that we do here is because we believe that all the other things we do with homeless services and so on, that only gets to 3/4 of the human being. It's when they can express themselves creatively that their souls begin to heal and they begin to see each other as contributors to the better side of the community.
What can people do to help you?
We have a website that talks about all the things that we do. You can get more information there. You can call us and we'll get you involved.
Well, happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling all creatives. If a graphic novel, historical tale, poetry, or zine is on your to-do list, Los Angeles Public Library has you covered. Head to the Central Library on Saturday, November 23rd for a celebration of authors and zines at Independent Voices. This is a day of panel discussions, workshops, and other activities celebrating the written word, self-expression, and DIY culture. From beginner how-tos to completed what-nows, meet the librarians and community partners who can help your expression become reality. Catch Independent Voices at the Central Library on Saturday, November 23rd, beginning at 10 a.m. through 4 p.m. For more information, visit lapl.org/events. The Native American arts organization LA Skins hosts the 6th annual Hollywood Powwow on Saturday, November 23rd. Enjoy this free event in the heart of Hollywood, which will feature traditional singing, dancing, and youth performances from numerous tribes around the country. This all-day celebration of indigenous cultures takes place in the courtyard of the Ovation Hollywood Center. Head to Hollywood for the 6th annual Hollywood Powwow on Saturday, November 23rd, beginning at 11 a.m. and going through to 7 p.m. For more information, visit laskinsfest.com. Join the Los Angeles Public Library at the Central Library for 7 Labors of Liberty on November 24th. This event celebrates the Women, Life, and Freedom movement and also marks the United Nations International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. The play, The 7 Labors of Liberty, depicts the Iranian struggle for human rights over 4 decades. The event at the Mark Taper Auditorium will feature a theatrical capture of the play. The afternoon also features keynote speakers and a panel discussion. That's the 7 Labors of Liberty at the Central Library on Sunday, November 24th, beginning at 1:15 p.m. For more information, visit lapl.org/events. And that's a look at some things to do.
And that's all for this week. I'm Natalia Bilbao, and from all of us here at LA This Week, thank you so much for joining us. Remember that you can watch us online anytime at lacityview.org, and we're also on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
Okay, let's get started with the meeting. Folks, I could get started with the meeting. Wonderful. Good morning. Welcome to the meeting of your Los Angeles City Council. Today is Tuesday, November 19th. We're going to take public comment both in person and in the council chambers via teleconference. Let's officially get this meeting rolling by calling the roll. Madam Clerk.
Blumenfield, De Leon, Harris, Dawson, Hernandez, Hutt, Krikorian, Lee, McCosker, Padilla, Park, Price, Rahman, Rodriguez, Soto Martinez, Yaroslavsky, 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Great. First order of business.
Approval of the minutes of November 8, 2024.
Okay. Councilmember Krikorian moves. Councilwoman Hutt seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Great. Councilwoman Yaroslavsky moves. Councilmember Soto Martinez seconds. Next.
Mr. President, today's Tuesday. It's time for the flag salute.
Great. If I could ask everyone in the chambers to rise for the flag salute. Councilwoman Yaroslavsky, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we run through the agenda, Councilwoman Hernandez, I know you have a special guest who is here today. If you could introduce her.
Thank you so much, Council President. Good morning, colleagues. It brings me great joy and honor to be able to bring in our newly elected colleague representing Council District 14, Councilwoman-elect Isabel Jurado, to join us today.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Hernandez. I'm so excited to be here. It's very real now, isn't it? So thank you for welcoming me, and I appreciate it. I'm ready to get to work. So see you soon.
Awesome.
Thank you, Council President.
Congratulations. And now let's run through the agenda.
Yes, Mr. President. There are several requests to continue. Items 5, 6, and 7 are to be continued to December 4th, 2024. And there is a request to continue items 17 as well as 53 through December 3rd, 2024. Furthermore, there is a request to hold item 30, 52, and 54 on the desk, sir.
Okay, without objection, that will be the order. And
Items 1 through 12 are items noticed for public hearing. For item number 6, the correct representative is Melanie Perez Baker. Items 13 through 30 are items which public hearings have been held. For item 27, the corrected Public Safety Committee report is online under Council File 22-0766-S2. Items 31 through 59 are items which public hearings have not been held. Items 60 and 61 are closed session items considered by the Budget and Finance and Innovation Committee. 10 votes are required.
Okay, without objections, those items are now before us. Colleagues, are there any items that you wish to call special? Councilmember Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. Out of abundance of caution, I'm recusing myself from items 12, 44, 47, and 54 because my wife's employer has worked with applicants on these items. 12, 44, 47, and 54. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rahman.
I'd like to continue item 17 to December 3rd. And I'd like to call items 29 and 52 for comments. Thank you.
Councilman, that's items 29 and 52.
Sorry.
Okay. Also, Mr. President, real quick, there are 2 requests to continue item 1 to December 13th and continue item 8 to December 3rd, sir.
Item 8 to December 3rd.
Yes.
Okay. Without objection. Next is Councilman B.
I'd like to call item 48 special, and the city attorney has the language for an amendment.
For amendment, okay.
So I believe, yes, this is for item number 48. The amendment reads, I move that item number 48 on today's council agenda be amended with the below change to recommendation number 1. And the only change is that it is deleting $255,105 and replacing it with $320,105.
Okay. Is there a second? I'm happy to second. Okay. Next is Councilmember Hernandez.
President, I would like to call items 24 and 27 special for a separate vote. I have comments for item 50, and I have an amendment for item 52. The city attorney has a copy to read into the record.
I'm sorry, you said comments on item 50, and what was the first item?
Sorry, say that again?
I'm sorry, council member. We didn't catch your separate vote items. Can you please repeat what you said?
24 and 27.
24 and 27 are separate votes, and the amendment.
We can wait on that. 52.
Amendment on 52 that can wait. Thank
you.
Okay. Next, Councilmember Soto Martinez.
Yeah, my voice is going.
Thank you so much, Council President. I have an amendment for item 59, which I believe the clerk has to read into the record.
Okay, read the record, please.
Thank you.
Yes, the amendment reads that I move that item number 59 on today's council agenda be amended as follows. Replace recommendation 2E with the following. 2. Authorize the general manager of CIFD or designee to E. Retroactively reinstate and amend the expired domestic violence employment navigator contracts with Jeunesse Center, Inc., contract number 142710, and Haven Hills, Inc., contract number C-142727, from June 30th, 2024, for a new contract end date of December 31st, 2024, subject to the approval of the city attorney as to form and legality, and to the extent any services have been provided or performed by Jeunesse Center, Incorporated, and Haven Hills, Incorporated, in accordance with the terms and conditions of the occupancy agreement. Those services are hereby ratified. And is there a second to this motion?
I'll second. From a second. Okay. Colleagues, any additional? On item 14, I'm going to ask that we move the BFI report for item 14.
Is there a second to that verbal motion?
Just to move the BFI report. Is it not clear? Okay. Okay, colleagues, any additional comments? Vote items. Okay. Seeing none, what's how will the vote? We're working on the issue. Okay. They're working on the issue.
Mr. President, 29 needs to also be held on the desk. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll hold 29 on the desk without objection. So what's available to vote?
Mr. President, council may now vote on 13, 15, 16, 18 through 23, 25, 26, and 28, sir.
Okay, those items are now before us. Any members wish to be heard? Seeing no members on the queue. Oh, hold up. Just a clarification on the item numbers.
Ready, sir.
What's that? Okay, we ready? Numbers are the same. Okay, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tally the votes.
12 ayes.
Okay, those items are agreed to. What's next?
Next would be the items that are separate votes. Public hearing was held, and that would be items 24 as well as 27, sir.
Okay, those were called for separate votes, is that right? Or no?
Yes, sir. 24 and 27, separate votes.
Okay, let's start with 24. Anyone wish to be heard? Seeing no members on the queue, let's open the roll. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's open the roll on 24. Close the roll. And tally the votes.
10 ayes, 2 noes.
And then
That
for
measures agreed.
27, sir, is also another separate vote item.
Okay, any members wish to be heard on 27? Seeing no members on the queue, let's open the roll. Close the roll and tally the votes.
10 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay, that measure is agreed. What's next?
Next would be items 60 and 61. Those are closed session items considered by the Budget and Finance and Innovation Committee.
Great. And as budget chair, I can say that those items were considered by the committee, and we agreed to the city attorney's recommendations and recommend that we can hear these in open session. So unless there is an objection, let's move forward and open the roll.
Mr. President, may I read the settlement amount,
Yes,
sir?
thank you.
Item 60, in the case entitled Byun Myung-hee versus City of Los Angeles et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $226,572 in settlement. Item 61, in the case entitled Patience LaDon Clark versus Alfonso Chavez et al., there is a recommendation to expend up to $625,000 in settlement.
Okay, let's open the roll. Close the roll. Tally the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, those items are agreed to. What's next?
Next, council may go into presentation, sir.
Great, and I believe we have a special presentation. Councilwoman Yaroslavsky is going to lead.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, before we begin, I do have the amendment for item number 52, if you'd
Great,
like me
if
to
you could read that into the record while they're making their way to the podium.
Yes, of course. So the amendment reads that I move that item 52 on today's council agenda be amended. I move that item number 52 on today's council agenda, that the city attorney be requested to amend the draft ordinance as follows. 1, add, and I quote, immigration enforcement, end quote, as a defined term to match the definition of California Government Code section 7284.4, subsection F, and use this defined term as the basis for the limitations on the use of city resources imposed throughout section 19.191. 2, require all city employees to treat city data and information that can be used to distinguish or trace a person's citizenship or immigration status, either on its own or when combined with other information, as confidential information to the extent permitted by law, and require employees to handle, maintain, and secure such information according to city policies. 3, clarify that nothing in the ordinance is intended to prohibit or otherwise restrict the city from complying with a valid warrant issued by a federal or state judge or other ordering other order evidencing a judicial determination of probable cause. 4. Amend Section 19.191, subsection B, to read as follows. B. Investigate, cite, arrest, hold, transfer, or detain any person for the purpose of immigration enforcement. 5. Amend Section 19.191, subsection E, to delete the phrase, and I quote, absent informed written consent from person in custody, end quote. I further move that item 52 on today's City Council agenda be amended as follows. That the City Council direct the Chief Legislative Analyst, with the assistance of any other city departments as needed, to report back within 60 days with recommendations for reviewing compliance with this ordinance on an ongoing basis, including 1. A means of ensuring that all city departments, including the proprietary departments, the Department of Airports, the Harbor Department, and the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and the Los Angeles Police Department, can be compelled to adopt this same ordinance or similar ordinance containing all the same provisions. 2. A means of ensuring that all city departments, including the proprietary departments and the Los Angeles Police Department, are held to one uniform set of compliance standards, such as educating and training staff about the ordinance, identifying violations, and addressing incidents of violations of the ordinance. These recommendations should include any resources and/or staffing needed to effectuate these responsibilities. And is there a second to this amendment? I see Councilmember Rahman.
Okay, that is in the record. And now we will move to the presentation. Councilwoman Yaroslavsky, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to stand here today to present the Human Security Resolution alongside Aziza Hassan, who's the Executive Director of Newground, and Umar Hakim Day, who's the Executive Director of Encourage Foundation, the Civil and Human Rights Department, and so many community and faith leaders who I'm honored to know and call friends. Living and working in a city as dynamic as Los Angeles, we're constantly reminded of both the beauty and the complexity of our shared lives. It's easy to notice the differences that exist between us, our backgrounds, beliefs, traditions. Some of those differences are real, and they're part of what makes Los Angeles and our country so extraordinary. But just as real are the values and experiences that we share, that are common to all of us. Through multi-faith meetings and community discussions over the past year plus, we've had the chance to hear from leaders and residents across the city of Los Angeles. These conversations reaffirmed that while diversity makes us strong, it's the universal principles that connect us to what it means to be human. The need to live without fear, to have our basic needs met, and to worship freely. This resolution is about celebrating our commitment to both, the richness of our diversity and the shared rights and responsibilities that bring us together. I want to thank Umar and Aziza, the Civil Rights Department, and all the faith and community leaders who contributed to this effort. Your commitment has been a source of inspiration and a reminder of what's possible when we come together, when we choose to look for the common bonds that bring us together rather than what divides us. I'd like to turn it over to Umar Hakim Day to say a few words, and then we're going to have an event up in the Tom Bradley room, so if you want to pop in, there's going to be a presentation and speakers and a panel. It's going to be awesome. So I'll turn it over to Umar.
Check 1, 2. Okay. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, Allah being the proper Arabic word for God. Assalamu alaikum. I'd like to acknowledge Councilwoman Katie. Thank you. Zipper, Alan Zipper, Jumana, Aziza Hassan, Salam Ariati from Muslim Public Affairs Council. This is a really special day. I'd like to also talk about a small parable in Islam that reflects this moment that we're going through right now. So, in the days of Prophet Muhammad, may peace and blessings be upon him, there was a stone, a black stone that was so precious that the influential tribes of the city was arguing who's going to carry it in. So they said the next man who comes, or the next person who comes through that gate is going to help us resolve this situation. So it so happens to be Prophet Muhammad, may peace and blessings be upon him. So he assessed the situation of all the influential tribes, just like we have many communities here today, and he thought about the objective. And he said, well, all the tribesmen that was there, he said, give me a sheet, and let's put this precious stone on this sheet. And each tribe, each community, grab a piece of this sheet and carry it in. So when you look at this human security resolution today, this is our sheet. Our humanity is the precious stone. And we're all gathered here today to carry this in, to take it to the next level, this multi-faith solidarity unit that you see here. So we basically, you could use this human security based on the 4 freedoms to align in your decision-making with your work. Freedom from want, freedom from fear, freedom of expression, and freedom of worship. These are all the essential divine rights that the Creator has bestowed on every man and woman and child in this city. And this is a win for the Angelenos in this city. Because a lot of times, I work in the streets of South Los Angeles and Compton, and a lot of Angelenos don't feel connected to City Hall. So once you give us a chance to be advocates for this human security, you have given us a chance to be advocates for this human security to be more connected with the city. So this is all of us grabbing a piece of this sheet to carry our humanity to the next level. You are in our hands and we are in your hands. So thank you for this opportunity. I'm gonna pass it back to our councilwoman, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Umar. I don't know if any of you have anything you want to say, otherwise I'll do the presentation and we'll head up to the Tom Bradley room. All right.
Floor is yours.
So on behalf of the City of Los Angeles, thank you. I want to present this resolution on behalf of all of us to all of you. Thank you for all the work you do in our communities every single day to make us all stronger, and we are, as we know, stronger together. So thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Great. Thank you, Councilwoman Yaroslavsky, and everyone who came in for this. Okay, so the city attorney has an announcement, and then I'll go to Councilwoman Rahman. Go ahead.
Yes, so with regards to item number 48, which is being amended by Councilmember Padilla, I do recommend that we continue this to December 3rd.
I didn't see that. Okay. Councilwoman Rahman.
So thank you so much. I was delighted to welcome our new colleague, Councilmember Isabel Jurado, this morning. I also wanted to welcome to the chambers a familiar face. Mr. Mike Bonin is here.
All right.
And we are delighted to have you back, Mike. It's a little less chaotic than when you were here. Just a little.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Bonin, and to the city attorney's announcements. Without objection, 48 is continued. And then Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. On item number 29, the council has before them two committee reports, the Public Works Report and the Transportation Committee Report. I'm recommending that council adopt the Public Works Report.
Okay, the
And
Public Works Report.
Is there a second to Councilmember Hutt's motion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and second it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And without objection, that'll be the order?
Thank you.
Okay, that'll be what comes before us. Okay, what's next on our agenda?
Next would be public comment, sir. Should I read in the call-in information?
Yes, please.
As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466, then press pound. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once submitted into the meeting, press star 9 to request to speak. When it's your turn to speak, an automated Zoom voice will ask you to press star 6 to unmute. Again, call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466, then press pound. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once submitted to the meeting, press star 9 to request to speak. When it's your turn to speak, an automated Zoom voice will ask you to press star 6 to unmute.
To people providing public comment, when it is your turn to speak, either at the podium or on the phones, please state which of the agenda items At that point, you need to get immediately and clearly on topic. If you do not do so, or if you again stray off topic, you will forfeit the rest of your speaking time and we will move on to the next speaker. So for the items that are open for public comment, I'm going to ask that everybody listen carefully because there are a lot of them. The items that are open for public comment today on the agenda are items 2 through 7, items 9 through 12, items 31 through 47, items 49 through 52, and items 54 through 59. So again, let me repeat. The items that are open for public comment on the agenda are items 2 through 7, 9 through 12, 31 through 47, 49 through 52, and items 54 through 59. Items 1, 8, 17, 48, and 53 have all been continued so that they're not open for public comment today. Members of the public may also speak for up to 1 minute for general public comment. During general public comment, members of the public may speak to any of the items or anything else in the city's subject matter jurisdiction. For members of the public calling in, when it is your turn to speak, an automated message from Zoom will prompt you to press star 6 to unmute yourself. If you do not do so, council staff will prompt you once more. At that point, you need to immediately unmute yourself or you'll unfortunately forfeit your speaking time and we will have to move on to the next caller. Additionally, because of a brief time delay between the live meeting and the broadcast, 2 things are important. First, while waiting for your turn to speak, please keep an ear to the phone so you know in real time when it is your turn to press star 6 to unmute. Second, if you're listening to this meeting on another device, please turn down the volume on that device immediately when it's your turn to speak. Between the time delay and feedback, it will cause a great deal of confusion if you continue to listen on your other devices. One final announcement, and if I could have the interpreter make this to the entire room aloud. So if you require a Spanish language interpreter, please pause every few sentences so that our interpreter can do his or her job.
Para las personas quienes requieren un intérprete para el español, por favor paren cada 2 o 3 frases para darle al intérprete una oportunidad de hacer su trabajo. Gracias.
And don't worry, we will pause your time while the interpreter is speaking, so you will get the same amount of time as everyone else. Thank you.
Y que no se preocupen porque le vamos a pausar el tiempo mientras el intérprete está hablando, entonces ustedes tendrán el mismo tiempo que las otras personas. Gracias.
I will begin by calling a few names. Maria Gonzalez, Carla Aguayo, Nancy Mesa, Areli Hernandez, Anahai Cruz.
And for members of the public who are here, when you hear your name called, feel free to line up on your left-hand side of the council chambers. You do not need to speak in the order in which your name is called, but do please wait until you hear your name. Thank you. Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
My name is Anaí Cruz, and I'm here to speak on the sanctuary ordinance. I'm not sure what item number it is.
So that would be item 52. So you have
Got
1
it.
minute for item 52. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. My name is Anaí Cruz, and I am a constituent of CD11 and also a coalition coordinator for the Garment Workers Center. No city resources, property, or personnel should be used for immigration enforcement. Our membership in particular, they want to see a sanctuary city because they know that factory owners have and will continue to use the threats of calling ICE as a way to intimidate workers who come forward about workplace protections. Because the president-elect has promised mass deportations, and immigrant communities know all too well the dehumanizing impacts of raids. I'm going to go off script a little bit here, but as a daughter of undocumented immigrants, the fear of deportation is always looming over my head and over my family's head. Every day, that fear continues, especially under this Trump administration that's coming towards us. And I really hope that I can be a part of a community that is leading to protections for undocumented immigrants and immigrants overall. Pass the sanctuary ordinance now, make LA a safe community for all, and protect our immigrant community. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to. Oh, and yes, if you could bring down her mic a little bit. Thank you.
Ella speak Spanish, please.
Interpreter, if you can ask her to repeat the name. Thank you. Go ahead.
Por favor, si puede indicar su nombre, señora.
Sí. Mi nombre, I speak Spanish, please. Okay. Mi nombre es María González y soy residente del condado de Los Ángeles. Yo vengo aquí a apoyar la ordenanza de la ciudad santuario de Los Ángeles. ¿Por qué?
Hello, un segundo, señora.
Okay. Sorry.
Hi, yes, my name is Maria Gonzalez. I am a resident of the County of Los Angeles, and I'm here to speak in favor of the sanctuary ordinance.
Okay. ¿Por qué estoy apoyando la ordenanza? Porque yo quiero que mi familia ande sin miedo en sus trabajos y las madres anden sin miedo en las escuelas y en los hospitales.
Why? Because I would want my family to be able to not work in fear, and as well as for mothers to be in hospitals as well without fear.
Por eso estoy apoyando la ordenanza de Ciudad Santuario de Los Ángeles y espero que ustedes la apoyen también.
And
Gracias.
that is why I am supporting the sanctuary ordinance here in Los Angeles, and I would hope that you guys support it as well. Thank you.
Good morning to the council. My name is Carla Aguayo. I am the Director of Legal Services at CHIRLA, the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. And
Which
I'm here
items would you like to speak to? Which items? Is it 52?
I am going to be speaking in support of the Sanctuary City Ordinance. I believe it's item 52.
52? Oh, so you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, my name is Carla Aguayo. I'm here representing CHIRLA, the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. CHIRLA is a statewide immigrant rights organization led by immigrants, for immigrants, with our headquarters right here in the city of Los Angeles. Los Angeles is an immigrant region, 4.3 million people living in the metro area, with 800,000 individuals living in this region who are undocumented. More than 80% of the region's families have at least one immigrant living in their household. $10 billion were paid by immigrants in the Los Angeles region in local and state taxes. Immigrant Angelenos are facing their gravest attacks from the upcoming administration with the clear threat of mass arrests and deportations from President-elect Trump. The city cannot be seen as being in support of family separations, of mass arrests, of mass deportations of their citizens of Los Angeles. Am I allowed to keep going?
So you can use 1 minute for general public comment if you'd like. So go ahead.
Okay.
But just before we start our time, so if you would like general public comment in addition to any other items, please let us know when we ask you which items you'd like to speak to. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. The city must ensure its resources, property, and personnel are not being utilized for federal immigration enforcement by passing a sanctuary ordinance. The city of Los Angeles must no longer contribute to the separation of thousands of Angelino families. The city of Los Angeles must stand for united families, united immigrant families. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Arely Hernandez. I'm the Director of Executive Affairs for CHIRLA, the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. Public comment for item 52.
Okay, so you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council, for listening to us today. Today, we come before you united. As you see with us, we are a united group here today, multicultural, diverse, standing for one thing, and that's for this city ordinance to pass. Our city resources should be spent on services and the people here in LA and not on separating families and Angelinos. This city has to spend on affordable housing, on ensuring that individuals facing homelessness have shelter, and not on becoming Trump's deportation force. That is not where resources should go. Our city resources need to go to schools, to clinics, to parks, and not to terrorizing our vibrant and contributing immigrant community. LA is a community that has welcomed people for decades, for centuries, and now is not the time to stop being that place where people feel safe. Despite LA being home to 1.3 million immigrants and over 34% of that's 34% of the population, it still does not have a sanctuary policy in the books, and that should end today.
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Monica De Los Santos, Yvonne Willer, Gina Amato, Jason Batista, Michelle Carey.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Yes, hello, Nancy Mesa, and I signed up in support of the Sanctuary City Ordinance.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for item 52. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Welcome, welcome everyone. Good morning. My name is Nancy Mesa. Today I'm here representing the National Day Labor Organizing Network in support of this sanctuary policy, but also as an immigrant Angelino here in LA. To be honest, it's really embarrassing that a policy like this doesn't currently exist in the books. And I think it's important that the council take this opportunity to mend the mistakes of the past and really protect immigrants today. Everyone here in this room has been fighting for decades to improve the lives of immigrant workers, of students, right, of immigrants in their housing, and we're not gonna give up, right? We're not gonna give up fighting for our neighbors, fighting for ourselves, and fighting for those that we love, right? So the city needs to also show up with us, right, and join us in this fight, because this fight is gonna get real. We've been through this before, right? We've been through a Trump presidency before, and like I said before, you'll have the opportunity today, right, to rescind the mistakes of the past and pass this ordinance now. It's an embarrassment that the city of Los Angeles doesn't have this on the books today, but I believe that you can make it happen today. Thank you.
Thank you. And as the next speaker comes up, just as a request for courtesy, so I understand there's a lot of people here today. A lot of people are excited about item 52 and perhaps some of the other items. If we could keep the noises down to a minimum during public comment and hold your applause till the end, we'd appreciate it. It helps us maximize the number of people who get to speak. So, good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
My name is Yvonne Wheeler, and I'm the president of the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, and I'm speaking on item 52, public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. So on behalf of the Los Angeles labor movement, I'm here urging all to pass the ordinance declaring Los Angeles a sanctuary city. Los Angeles is made great by its union members, many of whom are proud immigrants. It is our duty to protect our immigrant community and fight against the hate, indignity, and harm from this next administration. We cannot allow ICE or anyone else to target our immigrant communities and workers at our schools, places of worship, hospitals, or any other place in Los Angeles. I often say, no matter where you come from, no matter what you look like, and no matter who you love, there is a place for you in the labor movement. And the labor movement will fight to protect our immigrant communities and keep their families safe. We call on Los Angeles City Council to stand with the Los Angeles labor movement in this fight for immigrant justice and to declare Los Angeles a sanctuary city. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Mónica de los Santos y vengo en representación de SCOP y soy abuela, madre y líder.
Hello, yes, my name is Maria de los Santos, representing Scott. I am a grandmother, a mother, and a leader.
Y vengo en representación de la organización de SCOP porque estamos apoyando que firmen la ordenanza, porque necesitamos que nuestras familias, como son hijos y nietos, se encuentren unidos y todos no tengan miedo. Pueda uno
Un
seguir.
segundo, señora, perdón. Yes, I am representing Scott, and I'm asking you guys to support this ordinance so that the families, the sons and grandkids can be united with you guys and be protected.
Necesitamos seguir trabajando tranquilos porque hasta ahora para eso venimos y hacemos de nuestra lucha, ¿verdad? Que ustedes pedimos y exigimos que firmen ya. Ya es hora de que pase esta ordenanza. Gracias.
And we also need to be able to do our jobs and work in peace and without fear. We ask you guys to support that so that we can continue our good fight, and we ask for you guys' support. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Good morning, Gina Amato on item 52 and general public comment, please.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Great. Good morning. My name is Gina Amato. I'm the directing attorney at Public Counsel Immigrants' Rights Project. Our mission at Public Counsel is to advance civil rights, racial and economic justice, and to amplify the power of our clients, including immigrant communities across Los Angeles. We are mobilizing to take action against unlawful policies that target immigrant communities and undermine our democracy. We successfully defended the immigrant community under the former Trump administration, and we stand ready to do it all again. We are ready to help lead the fight against unjust policies in the new Trump administration, uphold the rule of law, and stand with our communities in this pivotal moment of history. And we are here today to demand that you do the same, that you stand with us, with our partners, and the communities that we serve, and stand against this administration and protect the residents of this city. Immigrant families are under attack and face the imminent threat of harm and separation. The city of Los Angeles
General public comment.
must stand up, lead, and protect its people. As we prepare for the real possibility of mass detention and deportation, it is imperative that the city commit to using none of its resources to collude with ICE and enforce federal immigration law. By passing the sanctuary ordinance, the city of LA can ensure that its resources, property, and personnel are not being used to detain and deport immigrants or rip apart immigrant and mixed status families. Public Counsel is committed to ending the inhumane and unjust treatment of immigrants, as well as the practices that have ruptured families and communities throughout LA. And disentangling city resources from federal immigration enforcement is a key step toward this goal. We call on the city of Los Angeles to stand with us today and pass the sanctuary ordinance now. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could
Good
please
morning.
remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Yes, Michelle Carey, item 52, and general comment,
Okay,
please.
so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the items.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Michelle Carey. I'm with the Survivor Justice Center, formerly known as the Los Angeles Center for Law and Justice, a nonprofit in East LA that provides free legal representation to survivors of intimate partner violence, sexual violence, and human trafficking. No city resources, property, or personnel should be used for immigration enforcement. Immigrants in LA, including survivors, continue to face attacks from federal immigration system, especially under the increased threat of mass arrests and deportations. The city can ensure its resources, property, and personnel are not being used for any sort of federal immigration enforcement by passing the ordinance today. The City of LA must no longer contribute in any way to the separation of families and the increased fear in the immigrant community. LA must be a city where people can feel safe, not only from immigration enforcement, but also when applying for critical city services. This is particularly important for survivors, as those who abuse and exploit often use the fear of ICE as a tactic for power and control, and further isolate survivors by preventing them or creating fear so that they do not access much needed services. The unjust and racist immigration detention and deportation system should not be supported by any local resources. We need these resources to create safety and support immigrant families, not tear them apart. The ordinance would finally make LA a true sanctuary city, just as LA County did in September of 2020. I call on the City Council to protect immigrant survivors and the entire immigrant community and pass the sanctuary ordinance immediately. Thank you.
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Talia Inlander, Sophia Wrench, Val Carlson, Yolanda Alanis, Stephanie Martinez.
Morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Yeah, good morning, Jason Bautista. I'm speaking on item 52 in general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jason Bautista. I'm with the Thai Community Development Center, or Thai CDC, serving the community in East Hollywood, Thai Town. As a nonprofit organization that caters towards the needs of Thais and other immigrants that share Thai Town as their home, I want to express that none of our city's resources should be used for immigration detention and deportation. It is unjust and racist. Instead, our resources should be used to support our immigrant communities. We're a city of 4.4 million immigrants, or 33% of the population. Immigrant Angelenos contribute to the labor, economy, culture, and overall vibrancy of our city. Immigrant Angelenos deserve to feel and be safe when applying for city services, not worry that their private information can be gathered and shared with immigration authorities. Through the sanctuary ordinance, it would establish Los Angeles as a true sanctuary city, and importantly, it will keep Angeleno families together. So I urge City Council to please protect our communities from ICE, and please pass the LA sanctuary ordinance immediately. Thank you so much.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
I'm from CD 10 in support of item 52 plus general comments.
Okay, and before you begin, can you pull down the microphone just a little bit so we can hear you? Thank you. So you have
How's
1 minute
that?
for the item. Perfect.
I want to look pretty when I say this. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yolanda Alanis from the Freedom Socialist Party and National Radical Women. Immigrant workers built the wealth of this country. Without immigrant labor, our economy would go into the toilet. Now is the time to have the cojones to help lead a united front against the right-wing attacks on the most vulnerable in our society. We are in a historical moment to stop fascist aggression. Pass this ordinance now. We deserve to have an ordinance like this. We have to protect the ones who need it most. I am a Chicana, 7 generations in this country, but I am still vulnerable because I am brown. And those of us who are people of color, they're not going to ask us if we're immigrants. They're going to arrest us because there's a profile going on, which is illegal. So please pass this ordinance now. Thank you.
General. Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Hello, my name is Sophia Wrench. I'm speaking on item 52 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item.
Thank you. My name is Sophia Wrench. I use she, her pronouns, and I am an attorney with Public Counsel. I work with the Los Angeles Street Vendor Campaign, and I represent and work alongside the over 50,000 street vendors in Los Angeles, the majority of whom are immigrants. This is a critical moment where you as city council members must live into your values and protect immigrant communities. The community is angry and fearful due to McConnell's appointment as LAPD chief and the coming deportations under the Trump administration. Please feel, understand, and respect that. The city of Los Angeles must no longer contribute to the separation of thousands of Angelino families. Local resources should be put into supporting immigrant families, not tearing them apart. Los Angeles must be a leader in defending immigrant communities. Passing this sanctuary law is
No
more
public
urgent than ever. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Good morning. My name is Val Carlson. I'm the local branch organizer for the Freedom Socialist Party here in Los Angeles. I'm speaking on support of item 52 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
I'm very pleased to see you finally taking up this sanctuary issue today and actually putting some teeth into it. Back in 2018, a bunch of us were down here calling on Los Angeles to become a full-fledged sanctuary city and to also provide permanent supportive public housing for our unhoused community members and neighbors. Neither of those have come to pass until today. You can at least start with the enforcement to protect immigrants, which is long overdue. But on the flip side of that, you need to take the resources, the personnel, and the property of the city and start using it to provide for the housing, provide for the services, provide for everything that our most vulnerable communities need so desperately. Immigrants built this city and are making it run today. The recent historic hotel strike by HERE raised wages throughout the hotel industry
General
for
public
everyone.
comment.
Was that both minutes or just the one?
General, we're going to start your minute now. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, as we see, the immigrants are in the forefront, not of doing the work in this city, but also fighting for their rights and everybody else's rights. And that protection really needs to happen. The protection also needs to extend to protect those of us who are protesting the draconian things that the Trump administration is going to throw at us. And this time, please protect us from the right-wing thugs and stop arresting and harassing and jailing and criminalizing the protesters on the right side of history. We also, I had some concern about one of those amendments that came by, the one that mentioned giving federal court orders the right to override this ordinance. We need to override those federal court orders. Many of them coming from this upcoming administration are going to be going in the wrong direction. So you might want to remove that from the amendment. Thank you.
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Yaritza Gonzalez, Kathia Garcia, Carolina Morales, Marta Berrios, Joanna Reyes.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Yeah, my name is Stephanie Martinez-Tiffer. I'm here to give general public comment and speak on item 52.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
I'm a staff attorney at the Center for Immigration Law and Policy at UCLA School of Law. It's pivotal that Los Angeles enact a robust sanctuary ordinance to protect its more than 1.41 million immigrant residents, among who are undocumented UCLA students who I have had the immense privilege of working with on a campaign to secure equal employment opportunities on campus. The sanctuary ordinance will protect these students, along with all Angelinos, from the anti-immigrant threats of the incoming Trump administration. The Los Angeles Sanctuary Ordinance can work as a safeguard by enshrining the city's Special Order 40 and Executive Directive 20 policies into law and aligning with the already existing Los Angeles County and state prohibitions on using local resources for immigration enforcement. To do so, the ordinance needs to include the following 3 assurances. First, a definition of immigration enforcement that matches state law. Second, the requirement of a judicial warrant.
General public comment?
The requirement of a judicial warrant for immigration and agents to enter city-owned property, just as the county has. And third, a provision that treats Angelenos' identifying data as confidential and prohibits its dissemination for purposes of immigration enforcement. A robust sanctuary ordinance can help protect this city's immigrants, among them undocumented students, in the difficult years ahead.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Sure. My name is Talia Inlander, and I'd like to speak to general public comment and item 52.
Okay. You have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. Again, my name is Talia Inlander. I'm the Deputy Director at the Center for Immigration Law and Policy at UCLA School of Law and a resident of CD 13. With Donald Trump's reelection on a wave of anti-immigrant rhetoric and threats of mass deportations, Los Angeles must be prepared to protect the millions of residents and their families who call this city home. A robust sanctuary ordinance will do this in 3 crucial ways. First, it will enshrine into municipal law many of the protections in LAPD Special Order 40 and the Mayor's Executive Directive 20, ensuring that sanctuary is not just the policy, but the law of this city. Second, it will align the city with county policies that prevent local resources from being used to enforce immigration law, including Section 1326, the U.S.'s illegal reentry law, which the first Trump administration weaponized as a legal justification for separating parents from their children. Third, it will strengthen existing protections with respect to the sharing of municipal data, which will be crucial to Angelenos' safety in the next administration. Los Angeles' commitment to its immigrant residents will undoubtedly be tested in the months and years to come. The Council's enactment of the Sanctuary Ordinance is an important first step in protecting our city and all of its residents against the xenophobic and racist policies that the next administration has threatened to unleash. Let us be ready to meet this moment together.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Yes, Katia Garcia, and I'm speaking on item 52 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the items.
Okay, thank you. Hello, good morning. My name is Katia Garcia, and I'm the Youth Programs Manager with the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, also known as CHIRLA. In this role, I also have the privilege of overseeing the first 4 Dream Resource Centers at 4 LAUSD high schools. Actually, some of the council members here represent these schools, including Bernstein High School, Venice High School, Belmont High School, and Monroe High School. Today, I come representing the newcomer students that I get to serve at these schools. They are afraid and uncertain about their futures. I want to be able to tell them that the council members of our city are doing everything they can to protect them. So far, you guys haven't done it. You have the power to pass the Sanctuary City Ordinance. Please vote yes in making this city safe for all undocumented students and their families. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Carolina Morán y estoy aquí para hablar del artículo 52. Soy miembro de CHILA, comentario público en español.
Good morning, I'm here to talk on point number 52 and I'm a member of CHIRLA.
Sorry, you said point number 52 in general?
52.
Okay. So you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item.
Tiene un minuto para el tema de la agenda y un minuto para comentario público general. Empiece con el tema de la agenda.
Soy residente del Condado de Los Ángeles. El día de hoy estoy aquí para apoyar la ordenanza de Ciudad Santuario. Yo estoy apoyando esta ordenanza porque queremos que nuestros hijos vayan seguro a las escuelas.
Permítame. I am a resident of Lane County and I'm here to support the ordinance law.
A los trabajos y que todos tengamos seguridad aquí porque no queremos que ICE trabaje con la policía y queremos un lugar santuario. Gracias.
I want that our children go to schools and we can go to work in safety, and we do not want ICE to enforce those immigration laws. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Marta Berríos, soy representante de Chirla. Estoy acá por el artículo 52, comentario público, y hablaré en español.
My name is Marta Berríos. I am a member of Chirla, and I'm here to speak on item 52 and general public comment.
Okay, and before you begin, I'm going to ask, can the interpreter please just increase the volume? I'm struggling to hear the interpretation. So you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Tiene un minuto para el comentario público en general y un minuto del tema. Por favor, empiece con el tema.
Ok. Como dije, mi nombre es Marta Berríos, soy residente del Condado de Los Ángeles. El día de hoy estoy aquí para apoyar la ordenanza de la ciudad santuario. Yo estoy apoyando esta ordenanza porque quiero justicia, igualdad para toda la comunidad inmigrante, que somos una gran...
I'm Marta Berríos, and I am a resident of LA County, and I'm here to support the sanctuary city law and why I want justice and equity for all.
Pienso, somos una fuerza que mueve mucho a el país y a el Estado, y pienso que merecemos respeto e igualdad.
We are a force that moves the country and the state, and I believe that we deserve respect and equality.
Espero que el concilio siga protegiendo nuestra comunidad inmigrante. Gracias.
I wish and I hope that the council keep on protecting our immigrant community. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Good morning, everyone. Joanna Reyes, item 52, and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Joanna Reyes, and I'm with SCIU United Service Workers West, representing nearly 50,000 workers across California, made up mostly of people of color, many who aren't immigrants. This council has the opportunity to ensure that Los Angeles reasserts its leadership on immigrant rights. We demand no collaboration with ICE. We demand bold leadership. We demand solidarity with our immigrant community. Let's demonstrate that Los Angeles can truly be a welcoming home for those who have left their homes to look for a better life. We ask that you stand with our immigrant partners, with union janitors, airport workers, security officers, and more. We ask that you support the sanctuary ordinance. Thank you.
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Luis Watanabe, Alexander Rodriguez, Jack Surya Linares, Maria Estrada, Katie Nixon, Janet Martinez.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Yes, my name is Martha Marion, CD10, speaking in favor of 52 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
My name is Martha Marion, and I believe we are in a moment of moral clarity that must come with unified action. We must act to stand in solidarity to protect our friends, family, neighbors, and community members who are under threat. I am also a therapist, and I have many colleagues who work in schools who are already seeing a huge uptick in students coming to see them with all kinds of somatic symptoms, crying, afraid, and asking, "Are my family members going to be taken away?" They are already suffering trauma from the threat of mass deportation, and they have real reason to worry. The traumas they face moving forward will be in part on us if we do not act. I think of the 1940s and the thousands of Angelenos of Japanese descent who were rounded up from this city and sent to camps. For God's sake, let's not be a party to doing it again. Our greatest strength is that we are an entire world in a city. And if all of us don't belong here, then none of us belongs here. And there's a decent indigenous argument for that. But for now, our time to unite as a city and show up for what's right is now. And
General
your
public
votes
comment.
today will be a historical record that mark what you stood for when asked to act. May God bless you all. Amen. Aho.
Hi, I'm Louis Watanabe. I'm speaking on item 52 as a general comment.
Good morning. So you want item 52 and general public comment, or just item 52?
Is a general comment, I guess, but it's really
Okay, so go. You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to speak in favor of item 52, having Sanctuary City. Actually, I have been involved with some of the discussions of the city since 2017, and I think it's about time. And as I am on the board of the West LA Democratic Club, and I think that it's really the right thing to do. And as a practicing Catholic, I think that we need to ensure that everybody is safe. And so this is, I completely support it. Thank you.
Good morning. If you can please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Of course. Hi, my name is Alexander Rodriguez, item 52.
So you have 1 minute for the item. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Today I come as a constituent of CD8, and more importantly, as a son of undocumented immigrants who live here in South Central LA, who have dedicated their entire lives here to bolster and nurture the beautiful city of Los Angeles. Today, for the 4.4 million immigrants here in LA County, 2.2 million of which are in subject fear of deportation, it's vital to pass and codify a robust sanctuary policy that protects all Angelenos. It's time for the city of LA to reassert its leadership on immigrant rights and to defend communities against mass deportations. The city must ensure that its resources, property, and personnel are not being utilized for federal immigration enforcement. The city should not succumb to the same hateful rhetoric of immigrants that they're going to see throughout these coming weeks and years. LA must no longer contribute to support the separation of families. I vote on all of you to vote yes on the sanctuary ordinance. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Yeah, my name is Jack Surya Linares. I signed up for item 52 and for general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
On behalf of LAUSD board member Dr. Rocio Rivas, I speak today in support of the upcoming LA City Sanctuary Ordinance. LAUSD is a public good and a vital support system for all families, regardless of immigration status. As a sanctuary for students and families, LAUSD stands firm in defense of immigrants against any forces that seek to intimidate or harass Angelenos. LAUSD is a safe haven, especially in moments of increasing authoritarian threats. LAUSD and the statewide education system has been at the forefront in establishing sanctuary and not entering into agreements with state or local law enforcement agencies, ICE, or any other federal agency for the enforcement of federal immigration law. LAUSD policy provides guidance for site administrators and district staff on the process and procedures to follow if federal immigration officials request access to a school site or district facility. Yet still, many LAUSD students fear that their parents might not be there when they get home from school. This ordinance offers them a sense of security and allows them to focus on their education. Approving a strong sanctuary ordinance will not only highlight how Los Angeles defends democratic and civic institutions, it will encourage districts, cities, and states across the country to fight back against the erosion of our democracy and the need to stand at the side of the working class. I am especially proud that Los Angeles is finally taking up this as a formal policy. I have been advocating for state and local sanctuary policies since 2017, when Jim McDonough opposed the statewide sanctuary bill SB 54. This local ordinance will become a proud moment for Los Angeles and serve as a landmark that in this city would defend immigrant workers. I urge LA to pass this sanctuary ordinance.
Good morning. If you could
Good
please.
morning, everyone. My name is Katie Nixon, and I'd like to speak on item 52 and general comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I'm from Community Coalition, and I'd like to say that in New York City, do you guys see the statue like that, right? The liberty of statue. First it say, give me your tired, give me your poor, your huddled journey to break free. That's a statue showing that every immigrant that comes to New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, that's what the statue means and that's what it stands for. I am not against no color. I don't care what color you are, what country you come from. You just come, some of us come to LA, some of us go to Chicago, New York for a living. We are trying to make a living, but in other words, we have good people, we have bad people. I don't blame them when they want to get rid of bad people, put them in jail if they do wrong, but good people is trying to make a home for their families, their children, send them to school to get their education, and so the mothers
General
and
public
fathers
comment?
try to work to do everything for their family. Thank you.
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Carrie Martin, Gabe Aguilar, Ainsley Huford, Araceli Bolanos.
Hola, buenos días. Me llamo María Estrada. Voy a hablar sobre el artículo 52, comentario público.
Hello, good morning. My name is Maria Estrada. I would like to speak on general public comment and item 52.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the
Janitor.
item and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Soy Janitor y miembro de SEIU USWW. Soy residente del centro de Los Ángeles y limpio el edificio de US Bank aquí en el centro.
Yes, I work as a janitor, member of SCIU and USWW. I am a resident of Central Los Angeles, and I clean and work at the bank of US Bank.
He vivido muchos años en este país y he visto cómo las comunidades migrantes son un pensamiento secundario para muchos. Estoy aquí el día de hoy para exigir que pasen la ordenanza santuario.
Yes, and I have lived here in Los Angeles for many years, and I have seen through the years how immigrant communities are a second thought for many people. That is why I am here asking for your support in the ordinance.
La ciudad de Los Ángeles no debe de participar en ninguna colaboración con agentes de migración o con el gobierno federal.
And
Sí.
the city of Los Angeles should not participate with any immigration enforcement agencies.
Si la intención es buscar a personas inmigrantes para poder deportarlos.
If the intention is to look for immigrant people to deport them.
Todos recordamos los 4 años horribles que vivimos bajo la primera administración de Donald Trump.
And we all remember the 4 disastrous years that we lived under the Trump administration.
Es el deber de este Consejo Municipal proteger a las personas de esta ciudad.
And it is the duty of this city council to protect
General
the people
public
of
comment?
the city. Comentario público general.
El deber de cada uno de ustedes es apoyar el movimiento santuario y pasar la ordenanza que hemos estado esperando por tanto tiempo.
And it is your duty to support this ordinance and to sign it to approve it to protect our rights.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items
Buen-
you'd like to speak to.
Yes. Buenos días, mi nombre es Janet Martínez y estoy en el comentario público y la 52
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the item. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Mira, estoy aquí en esta reunión el día de hoy
I am here in this meeting today
porque necesito
because
exponer mi preocupación por mi comunidad y por mí y mi familia.
because I need to express my worry for myself, my community, and my family.
Un nuevo cambio de un presidente que no es seguro para nosotros,
With the change of this new president who does not bring any security for any of us
me hace sentir insegura.
and makes me feel unsafe.
Pero es mi deber trabajar el día a día
And it is my duty to work daily
y luchar, abogar por mi comunidad.
and fight for and represent my community.
Pero estoy confiando en que tengo a los concejales
And I am trusting that I have the city council members
y a una alcaldesa
and
que vela por nosotros.
a mayor that supports us.
Es por eso que estoy pidiendo que se apruebe en Los Ángeles, California,
And that is why I am asking for this to be approved in Los Angeles, California,
la ordenanza de Ciudad Santuario.
the Sanctuary City Ordinance.
Gracias a todos.
Thank you all.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Ainsley Herford, item 52, and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm here on behalf of the Coalition to Abolish Slavery and Trafficking, also known as CAST. As one of the nation's oldest and largest service providers for survivors of human trafficking, we see firsthand how collaboration with immigration enforcement undermines public safety and trust. Many of the survivors we serve are undocumented or have mixed status families, making the threat of deportation or detention a weapon traffickers can use to silence and control them. Instead of protecting our communities, partnerships and information sharing with immigration enforcement perpetuate harm, particularly among immigrant and marginalized populations who are already vulnerable to trafficking. By limiting cooperation and preventing city resources from being used for immigration enforcement, this ordinance ensures that Los Angeles is a place where survivors feel safe to come forward, to seek justice, and to rebuild their lives. CAST encourages the passage of the
General public
sanctuary
comment.
motion as it is a vital step toward creating a city that protects human rights, values dignity, and refuses to be complicit in perpetuating exploitation. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Araceli Bolaños y soy un miembro más de Community Coalition, sus siglas es COCO. Estamos aquí.
Hello, yes, my
soy-
name is Araceli Wilanios. I am part of COC, the Community Coalition.
Voy a-
And I'm sorry,
soy
which
aquí,
items would you like to speak to?
¿Sobre qué temas quiere hablar?
sobre el tema 52.
Item 52.
Bueno, yo creo que estamos aquí pidiéndoles que la ciudad de Los Ángeles sea un ciudad santuario. ¿Por qué? Porque
We are
queremos,
here to ask for you guys to make the city of Los Angeles a sanctuary city. And why?
porque queremos de la ciudad de Los Ángeles una seguridad, que podamos trabajar con seguridad,
Because we want Los Angeles to be a safe city where we can work with security.
porque todos los que estamos aquí pedimos seguridad. Estamos marchando pidiéndoles con educación que se firme esta oportunidad que tenemos de ciudad santuario. Y yo sé que todos
Because
ustedes lo pueden lograr.
We are all here asking for you guys to support our right to have safety. We are asking you guys to, with respect and with good manners to please sign this ordinance.
Todos nosotros creemos que el muro que está entre la frontera de Estados Unidos y la Ciudad de México es una falta de respeto para todo el ser humano que existe aquí en Los Ángeles.
Because all of us here in this room believe that the wall that exists in the border between Mexico and the United States is very disrespectful for the immigrants and the citizens of the United States.
¿Por qué tenemos la Estatua de la Libertad en Nueva York? Porque todas las ciudades queremos libertad, ¿o no es cierto?
Why do we have the Statue of Liberty in New York? Because we all here believe in liberty and freedom.
Sí, gracias por escucharme y yo les digo y les juro que con la ayuda de ustedes y la ayuda de todos nosotros vamos a lograr la ciudad santuario en Los Ángeles.
And thank you for listening, and I promise with you guys' efforts and with us united, we will guarantee this to be a sanctuary city, the city of Los Angeles.
Y ahora podemos decir, sí se puede, pero vamos a regresar y vamos a decir, sí se pudo.
And now we say, yes, we can, but we will come back and we will be able to say, yes, we could.
Sí, y de ustedes depende.
And it depends on you guys.
Depende su firma y su mente para que todos pensemos qué es lo que quiere la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Muchas gracias.
And it depends on you guys' signature to do right for the people of Los Angeles.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Yeah, my name is Carrie Martin, speaking to item 52 in general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Martin. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a law fellow at Public Counsel, a board member of the National Lawyers Guild of Los Angeles, and a member of NLGLA's Immigration Steering Committee. I'm here today to strongly encourage you to adopt the sanctuary ordinance and stand 10 toes down on protecting our city and all of the people who call Los Angeles home. Our city is built on the unceded Chumash and Tongva lands, now colonized as Los Angeles, California in America. Our city, this country, built by immigrants. Yet many of our immigrant neighbors live in fear of attacks from the federal immigration system, such as mass arrest, deportation, and family separation, seen previously and certain to continue under President-elect Trump, while subject to dehumanization and disrespect none of them deserve. Criminalization, detention, and deportation are tools of empire, not of democracy. In light of the upcoming federal regime change, this ordinance offers a flare of
General
hope
public comment.
for the coming 4 years and is your first opportunity to take collective action as our elected representatives to ensure our city's resources are not used to fracture our communities and advance a broader rhetoric of xenophobia, racism, and intolerance. Protect immigrants, pass the ordinance, sanctuary now.
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Rabbi Lisa Edwards, June Habino, James Thomas, Charles Brister, Bruno Huizar.
So, all right. Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Good morning. My name is Gabriel Aguilar, and I'm a constituent of District 14, here to speak on item 52 in general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
No city resources should be used in collaboration with ICE. LA is a city of immigrants, and the city should not give in to pressure from the federal government to help carry out its immoral and racist deportation policy. Instead, the city should be doing everything in its power to protect immigrant Angelenos. That is why I'm urging you all to pass this sanctuary ordinance. Once passed, LA can be a true sanctuary, and immigrant families and community members can rest assured knowing that their city has their back. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Good morning. My name is Siti Ben, and I am here to speak on item number 52, the sanctuary ordinance. And I am a faith-rooted organizer with Clue Justice, and I am an ordained minister with International Mission Center USA. And I'm here to speak in support of the sanctuary ordinance. Me, my family, we are directly impacted by all this. We're immigrants coming from Cambodia, and at the same time, we are here to support immigrants, not just those of the Cambodian and Asian descent, but of all descent. In fact, as my job as a faith-rooted organizer with Clue Justice, we are part of the LA Welcomes Collective, where we provide support and services for those coming to Los Angeles. One of the things that we do is to end homelessness and the threat of homelessness that those are facing over here, and we want to continue this type of work, and passing the sanctuary ordinance will assist that. It will not separate families, and we want to prevent that. We want to prevent the new administration coming and threatening mass deportation, and one of the ways to protect families and the immigrant community is by passing the sanctuary ordinance, and want to thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Yes, Rabbi Lisa Edwards, item 52, and general comments.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Edwards. I'm a rabbi living in Los Angeles. I'm here as a volunteer with Clue, Clue Justice, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. And my wife, who is here with me, Tracy Moore, and I have been residents in Los Angeles for over 3 decades. And we've been Jewish community leaders in that time, and we have seen close up in homes, schools, shops, restaurants, healthcare, government, houses of worship, everywhere, how immigrants and their children help Los Angeles be the thriving, diverse, intriguing, marvelous place that it is. Please vote for the sanctuary ordinance to keep Angelino families together, protect our immigrant community members, and keep LA a place that people from all over the world admire, visit, and often choose to call home. Please, city leaders, can we lock arms, as Mayor Bass likes to say, and protect our precious residents, one and all?
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Jason Jenkins, Chief Manuelito, Donald Harlan, and Goat Puppet.
Good morning. Mr. Candido, you know the rules. So please do not interrupt this meeting. This is your first and only warning. If you have a question, you can speak to the sergeants on the side. Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Yes, my name is June Hibino. I want to speak on item 52 and general comment.
So you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general public comment.
Thank you.
Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning. My name is June Hibino, and I am on the coordinating committee of Nikkei Progressives, a grassroots, multi-generational organization based in Little Tokyo. I'm here today to call on the City Council to vote yes on the sanctuary ordinance. Since 2017, Nikkei Progressives has been supporting immigrants, refugees, and asylum seekers. We've collected funds, clothing, and supplies, and have advocated for just immigration policies. We do all this because we uphold the human right of all people to seek safety for themselves and their families, and to escape poverty by working hard to provide for their families. And as Japanese Americans, we know from our past what anti-immigrant hate and racist scapegoating look like. Our Japanese and API communities were also subjected to family separation, mass detention, and outright anti-Chinese and anti-Japanese exclusion laws. Our API communities are now still being impacted by immigration policies. With Trump's election, we can only expect the same type of racist and inhumane policies to be implemented. The city of LA must take a stand and make the city a true sanctuary city. It must say no city resources, property, or personnel should be used for immigration enforcement. It cannot be a part of separating thousands of Angelino families. LA can and must be a leader in defending immigrant communities. I urge you to pass the sanctuary ordinance. Please affirm the city's commitment to protecting and defending immigrants and upholding the basic humanity and dignity of all people. Thank you.
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Shu Ming Cheer, Hermelinda Guatemala, Jesus C., Xochitl Sanchez, Jesus Raymond Villalba.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Okay, good morning. My name is Charles Brister. I'm here for item 52 and general comments.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Buenos dias, Calamera. And I can keep going, but there's about 200 languages spoken in Los Angeles. So I'm going to get right to it. My main concern is how many people can we accept in Los Angeles? I'm sure there's millions of people that want to come to Los Angeles, and we can't be a sanctuary city for everybody. So before you vote, I'd really like you guys to take a good look at the cost. How many people can come to this city? How much water will they use? And all kind of other considerations. It just can't be unlimited. So that's my concern about this ordinance. A wise man once said, before you can save the world, make up your bed. And we have people in this city that don't have beds, American citizens that are homeless. And I feel we really need to put American citizens first. You were all elected by American citizens. Let's make that the focus, and then if we can help other people, that's fine. But let's not forget our American citizens.
General public comment?
Thank you very much.
Next speaker. Sir, which name did you sign up under?
Me?
Yes, you?
All items are non-agenda.
Which name did you
Mr.
sign
Herman,
up
you know how
under?
this works. You're stalling. Please start his time.
All items and non-general public comment. Kevin De Leon, thank you for being here. I'd like to remind the world about alcohol. Alcohol is good for you. It drains out the problems that we all have in society, right? We all have problems, immigration problems, social problems, rent problems, but apparently off of Culver Boulevard, the offsite off of Nora Market, we're going to provide all of you with the best type of alcohol in the world, the kind that gets you fucked up. And then you can't think, you can't do your job, you are labeled terrorists because you behave in a manner that's not appropriate under the consumption of alcohol, like Jose Luis Huizar did to you. Now, if I were wrong...
Next item. You already passed a minute. Go ahead.
Fine. I'll go to the next item. There's a lot of items there. As a matter of fact, item 2, fuck item 2, fuck item 4, fuck item 12, fuck item 31, fuck item 36, fuck item 40, fuck 42, 2, 43, fuck, no, not 45, because that's about Trump. Now let me go into item 52 for the record. You know, a sanctuary city was a perfect dream. But you have lawyers and scumbag lawyers, scumbag politicians, and dirty nigger politicians that have lied to you. They told you that they were working on your behalf as immigrants. No, they were using you. The same way they used my families, my generations of Native Americans to flood us with alcohol and drugs and to fuck with our minds, to alter the way you think. Do you really believe that item 52 is important to them? No. It will never be important to a politician because a politician's dream is to be like Satan. Lie, lie, and lie to the public. That's why
Address the council
So you're-
directly, sir.
You've exhausted your 1 minute on item 52.
Okay,
and this
so I
is your
got three-
opportunity to address this body, not members of the audience.
So what are you saying?
So I'm saying address the body, not members
Yeah,
of the
but I
audience.
got 3 minutes of my non-agenda public comment, bro.
Continue.
I shall. After all, I'm here as Batman.
Well, this is not on the agenda. Would you like to move to general public comment?
That's right.
General public comment. You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
So Batman wants you to remember the law. The law is about justice, and Batman represents justice and fights the injustice of society.
So I'm going to ask that the audience, the fastest way to get through this is if everybody just
Now, Gro,
keeps quiet and gives them his time. Go
you
ahead.
continue to allow them to stomp on me because I believe in Trump. And Trump will regulate. Trump
So again,
will
members of the
regulate
public,
our
I'm going to ask
society.
the fastest way to get through
Trump
this is
will
to just let
regulate
him
our
say his piece.
society and make things better. We will build. We will have jobs.
people,
we will live to be the best we are ever to be in America. But we can't do it if we have a rambunctious piece of shit that we got rid of for governor to be, other than that dumb bitch from San Francisco.
All right, your time's
Time has
up.
expired.
Time's up. Next,
Mr. Herman,
next speaker.
this is
Sit
your
down,
first
Mr.
and
Herman.
only
Your
warning.
time is up.
Move on so we can move on to the next public speaker. I would remind you that you are on probation as well, so please do not disrupt this meeting. For everybody who's new here, or even if you're returning, welcome to the show. This gentleman gives his public comment at basically every single meeting. Again, this is an opportunity for people to express their viewpoints from all different perspectives. The fastest way to get through public comment and to maximize all of your public comment is to just remain quiet during the actual public comment portion.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Chief Manolito, you AK Candido Maris, I would like item 52 and I would like public comment, sir.
So you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for
I
general
have to
public
hide
comment.
under my Native American name. Item 52. You know, I'm going to ask one of the best people to ever serve this city, Chief McDonald, to serve the people of this city, to serve the immigrants, that when that traitor, when that crook, when that criminal Trump sends his army into this city, I hope that Mr. Jim McDonald will do everything to protect the immigrants of this city. They are the fuel of this city. This is the greatest city in the country. They are the greatest. We are the greatest. And why? Because immigrants have always come to this city and made this city great. But I would ask, there was a Hispanic lady that just spoke a little while ago. Her speech was magnificent. I would ask you to empower yourself by learning English, just as I will learn to speak Spanish. I apologize that I can't speak to you in Spanish, but I would ask that you empower yourself, because when you empower yourself with English, you don't have to ask anybody else to speak for you.
Just like the
Mr.
previous
DeLeon,
speaker,
I'm proud of you, sir. Thank you for the service that you gave this city. And Mr. McCosker, I want to thank you for being, I call you a man of integrity, because as you see here, we're looking for people of integrity, and you, sir, and these other people might get mad, but I don't care. You have integrity, and I thank you for that. And Mr. DeLeon, God bless you, brother. That's done. All right.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning.
Good morning. Shimin
Please.
Shir speaking on general comment and item 52.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Thank you. I am a deputy director with the California Immigrant Policy Center, and I'm here today, as most people are, because I am an immigrant myself, and I've seen firsthand in both my family and with the many detained clients that I've represented how cruel the immigration system and family separations are. I'm here today to ask the City of LA to do everything it can to prevent mass deportations from happening here. The city must ensure that its resources, property, and personnel are not used for any forms of immigration enforcement by passing a sanctuary ordinance today. The ordinance would make LA a true sanctuary city, not just in words, but in actions. It would bar the city from asking about or collecting information about a person's citizenship or immigration status or place of birth. And it would do the same thing that the LA County policy did in September 2020, which is prevent the police from turning over people in their custody to ICE. With this important step, LA will no longer support the unjust immigration, detention, and deportation system. Let's move forward together as a city and not backwards to a time when thousands of people were being transferred over to ICE. And also, let's show the rest of the country that LA is committed to racial justice and that LA is committed to protecting and defending immigrants. Over 100 organizations, different labor, faith, community, legal, and advocacy organizations signed a letter in support of the sanctuary ordinance. I want to ask everybody to stand up here who has signed on to that letter and is in support of sanctuary. As we can see, we urge you to pass sanctuary now. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
My name is Xochitl Sanchez, and I'm here to speak on general public comment and item 52.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
My name is Xochitl Sanchez, and I am a senior statewide organizer with the California Immigrant Policy Center. I am here to demand that the City Council pass the sanctuary ordinance. A robust sanctuary policy is critical to keeping Angelino families together. The threats of violence, family separation, mass deportations, and internment camps looms over Los Angeles. The LA City Council needs to pass and implement local policy to protect its immigrant communities now. With the appointment of Sheriff McDonald to LAPD chief, local government has signaled an alignment to Trump allies with a history of collusion with ICE. McDonald has betrayed BIPOC communities before, so City Council must do everything in its power to protect our communities and pass the LA Sanctuary Ordinance. We must act now to activate our communities and local government to action to protect and defend the advancements of the civil rights and immigrant rights movement in America. Pass the Sanctuary Ordinance in LA today.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Jesús Ramón Villalba Gastelum, artículo 52 y comentario público.
Jesús, Article 52 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general public comment, and feel free to lift the mic if you'd like. Go ahead.
Tiene un minuto para cada tema, por favor, acérquese al micrófono.
Buenos días, soy Jesús Ramón Villalba Gastelum. Soy un organizador con el Centro de Política del Inmigrante Californiano.
I am Jesús Ramón Villalba, and I'm organizer for the Center of Immigration.
Yo trabajo en la ciudad de Los Ángeles, pero antes de cualquier cosa, soy un ser humano.
I work in the city of LA, but besides anything else, I am a human being.
No tengo papeles y tampoco tengo miedo.
I do not have papers, and I am not fear.
Mi familia llegó a Estados Unidos en el 2005 huyendo la violencia y inestabilidad que los Estados Unidos causó.
My family came in here in 2005, escaping from violence that the same United States provoked.
Pronto después de llegar a North Long Beach, mi familia se encontró viviendo en la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
Soon after arriving to Long Beach, my family went to live in the city of Los Angeles.
Mis padres construyeron sus edificios, alimentaron a su gente y trabajaron horas arduas en esta ciudad.
My parents built your buildings, they feed your people, and they work for hours in this city.
Yo estudié aquí, yo vivo aquí, yo amo aquí.
I studied here, I lived here, and I loved here.
Y yo, junto con la comunidad atrás de mí, hemos construido lo que ustedes ahora tienen la responsabilidad de proteger.
And me and my community in my back have built that what you right now have the responsibility to protect.
Hoy estamos parados en el pueblo ancestral de Yagna, bajo el liderazgo del pueblo Tongva.
Right now we are standing up on the ancestral people of Yangba and Tongva.
General public comment.
Comentario público general, por favor.
Today we stand in the ancestral village of Yagna under the stewardship of the Tongva people, in solidarity with the shared struggles of displacement, violence, and criminalization. Hoy estamos parados en el pueblo de Yagna bajo el cuidado del pueblo Tongva en solidaridad con los pueblos y una historia de violencia y criminalización. I am here to remind you of the enormous debt that you have to all of us in this room and to our families and communities outside of these walls. Estoy aquí para recordarles que la deuda que ustedes tienen a nosotros en este cuarto y nuestras familias fuera de esta cámara. Aprueben la ordenancia de santuario, paguen lo que deben. Approve the sanctuary ordinance and pay your debt.
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Shaniqua Figueroa, Harriet Elliott, Greenspan Mike, Jack Linares, Jessica Robinson, Joe M.
Good afternoon. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Good afternoon. Item 52 and general public comment, please.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jesus Carrion. I am a current student at Harvard Law School, a visiting scholar at the UCLA School of Law, and a graduate of USC. I stand before you today not only as a law student, but as someone who has lived through the struggles many immigrants in our community face every single day. As a DACA recipient and a lifelong dreamer, I grew up in the shadows, constantly fearing separation from my loved ones and of being sent back to a place we had fought so far to escape. My life has been marked by constant uncertainty, but I persevered because I believed in the promise of a better life, though that promise always seemed just out of reach. Then came DACA. It gave me a fighting chance, a chance to live without the constant fear of deportation, a chance to work, and a chance to build a future for myself. DACA brought me hope and the opportunity to chase my dreams. But too many of my friends, family, and neighbors still live in that same uncertainty, facing each day with the fear that it might be their last in this country. They continue to live under the shadow of deportation, unable to fully embrace the opportunities this country has to offer.
General public comment?
That is why I am asking the City Council to help give us that same fighting chance. By passing this ordinance and making the city a sanctuary for immigrants, you will send a message to every immigrant in the city that we are not alone, that we are valued, that we are worthy of the same protections and opportunities as any other member of the community. This ordinance would offer hope, the hope that one day immigration policies may change, allowing us to emerge from the shadows to continue to contribute to LA's vibrant community in meaningful ways. Thank you.
Good afternoon. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Good afternoon. Bruno Huizar, agenda item 52 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Bruno Huizar, and I'm with the California Immigrant Policy Center. We are one of nearly 100 organizations who have sent a letter to you all as the council to protect immigrant families and communities by passing the sanctuary ordinance. I grew up in Los Angeles, in District 6, and as a teenager in 2008, one of my parents was arrested and detained by ICE. My father was separated from our family, his freedom and liberties taken away while incarcerated in ICE detention, and deported to Mexico, a place my parent had not been to since he was a child. Immigrants are an integral part of our communities and an essential part of the city of Los Angeles since our city's inception. 1.3 million people reside in the city of Los Angeles, 34% of our population. It is time for the city of Los Angeles to pass a permanent policy to ensure that our city resources, property, and personnel are not being utilized for any immigration enforcement. LA should be a city where people can feel safe from immigration enforcement. Immigrant Angelenos should feel safe when applying for city services and not worry that our personal and private information can be gathered and shared with immigration enforcement authorities to target us and our families. President-elect Trump has threatened mass deportations, arrests, and even internment camps. LA must be a leader in defending immigrant families and community. LA must no longer contribute to or enable the deportation and separation of our families. I call on you to vote yes on the sanctuary motion. A robust sanctuary policy is critical to keeping all of our families together, safe, and secure.
Good afternoon. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Good afternoon. Leah Ferreira, and speaking on item 52 in general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm an attorney with the Immigrant Defenders Law Center, also known as IMDEF. As an organization that works alongside immigrants and their families in Los Angeles every day, IMDEF is acutely aware of the devastating effect collusion with ICE has on our community. Not only are family separations reprehensible at our borders, but they should never take place in our own county. For that reason, we urge our elected officials to enshrine much-needed immigrant protections into law and move forward with the Sanctuary City Ordinance. No city resources, property, or personnel should be used for immigration enforcement. Los Angeles, a city of 4.4 million immigrants, should serve as a model for the nation and lead the way towards fully welcoming migrants and protecting all of its residents. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Harriet Elliott, District 10.
Good afternoon. And
I
which
didn't
items?
think I would agree with Herman.
Speaker, which items would you like to speak
Two.
to? Good afternoon.
2.
Item 2?
Item 2, and then general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for item 2 and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin
I
with the
didn't
item.
think
Go
I'd
ahead.
agree with Herman on anything, but I agree with him completely about alcohol. And I'm seeing lots and lots of, thank you. I'm seeing lots and lots of soliciting for alcohol licenses in the rest of the agenda. And I don't think LA needs it, okay? In my own neighborhood, there's a construction site been going on 3 years, and they solicited our opinion about selling liquor in a nightclub type environment. I told people my opinion. I didn't want to speak for my neighbors, but I said, you don't need to. We don't need it in this neighborhood. We're quiet. Okay. Anyway, I'm going on to my thing about directed energy. This is a new book, 2022. Her name is Patricia Cornwall. I'll bring she actually does things about directed energy, and they're out of sight.
So general public comment?
Yeah, okay. J.R. Gillum de Texas es un líder, I'll translate myself, es un líder de SCLC, Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Él tiene clientes de prisioneros. Antes de cometer un delito, ellos oyeron voces diciéndole, mátalo, róbalo. This is CIA, by the way. Okay, I'm going to explain it in a minute. Gillum, Señor Gillum, creyeron que dijeron la verdad, okay? Anyway, he has these as clients. They're never going to get out of jail. None of these people are getting out of jail, no matter what the CIA said to them. Anyway, I have voice to skull, which means the CIA interference with my hearing. Gloria Naylor, a college professor, wrote her book, 1996. I hope you'll read it. And I hope you'll read Livid. It's a very good book.
Speaker, your time has expired. Next speaker.
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Molina Fetya, Norin Hashim, Sean Wakasa, Shekinah DeCaris, Sikivu Hutchison, Stacy Sagara Bollinger.
Good afternoon. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Robinson. I'm speaking to public comment. I feel obligated to remind the district today of the free labor that my ancestors have built this country and the city of Los Angeles. I am here as a Black woman representing the Women's Leadership Project. I am the program director. We represent youth in a youth-led organization, nonprofit organization in South LA. While Los Angeles City, Black women represent 4%, approximately 4% of the population. We represent 23 to 33% of crime victims. There is a global pandemic. There is a global public health epidemic going on right now against violence against Black women, specifically here in Los Angeles County. It is an outrage, and I am outraged that the City Council has not done anything. We have continuously brought our students here to plead and beg for youth centers, for mental health organizations to help them, and we have seen nothing except continuously building dispensaries and liquor stores in our community. Please help Black women.
Next speaker. Good afternoon. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Shekinah Diocaris and general public comment in item 52.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Hi, council members. My name is Shekinah Diocaris. I am the lead organizer at Filipino Worker Center. I was born and raised in CD6, and I am the daughter of some of the most amazing Filipino immigrants you will ever meet, but there are so many in LA City and beyond, and I am here to support the Sanctuary LA Ordinance. Since the election, we have had over 3,600 people call our organization in fear. These are mothers, children, fathers who are afraid to go to work. They are afraid to go to school. They are afraid to live in the city that they made and only exist because of them and because of their work. They are afraid to file wage theft complaints. They are afraid to complain against their landlords that are harassing them. They are afraid to access the resources that you all hear, even if you are not looking me or anyone else that has been speaking in the eye, the resources you all fought for.
General public comment.
And so what we're asking you to do today is to serve your constituents, to serve the workers, the caregivers that our immigrant community makes up, the people who literally put food on our table. Each one of you were voted into office on the basis that you would protect us and listen to us. So now is the moment to show whether or not you'll step up and do that. I am asking each one of you to defund LA's collusion with ICE, to invest in our immigrant community in the same way they invest in us, and to pass the LA Sanctuary Ordinance now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Good afternoon. My name is Sakiba Hutchison. I'm speaking on general public comment. I'm with the WLP and the Standing for Black Girls Coalition. I'm here in memory of 16-year-old Tiani Theus, who was murdered and dumped on the side of the 110 freeway a couple of years ago. I'm also here to amplify the scores of black women and girls who, according to your own 2023 Human Rights and Equity Report, would comprise 4.3% of the city's population, yet are 25 to 33% of all female sexual and domestic violence victims. Where's the community funding? Where's the support? Where's the resources to treat black femicide like the epidemic public health crisis that it is? Despite our numerous meetings with CD8, rallies, petitions, and youth testimony, we have yet to see this council put its money where its mouth is and give an actual damn about the black women and girls who are most affected by gender-based violence. Council members Harris, Dawson, and Hutt, who are absent right now, we are specifically calling on you to open at least one safe space for vulnerable black girls and black gender-expansive youth in your districts. CDA currently has an unused office space on Crenshaw. Why not turn that into a youth center with some of those prime destination Crenshaw ducats? Show that you give a damn and
Your time has expired. So, good afternoon. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Yes, my name is Sean Wakasa. I'm here for general comment, and I'm speaking to item 52.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a constituent of City District 14, and I've been so for the last 25 years. I'm a second-generation Mexican-American and a graduate student worker for the University of California. My grandmother was an immigrant. My classmates were immigrant growing up, and many of my colleagues in University of California are immigrants. When Tom Homan, so-called border czar nominated by Donald Trump, was asked about the violence of Trump's deportation agenda, he said, "Deport families together." How dare Trump's administration use our city resources and our people's money for his deportation agenda when one of his billionaire supporters buys votes for $1 million apiece? Angelenos will not stand for this kind of violence in our community. We demand that you support the Sanctuary City Ordinance to protect our neighbors and families in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Suzette Shaw, Tanya Borja, Tamori Cook, Sky Lee, and Snoop Dogg.
Good afternoon. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Of course. Good morning, or afternoon rather. My name is Noreen Hashim, and I'll be speaking to item number 2 in general comments.
Item number 2?
Yes.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please
Okay,
begin with the item.
amazing.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Noreen Hashim, and I'm speaking to agenda number 2 on behalf of Nora Enterprises, Inc. This market operation is an owner-operated business which will be known as Beachside Market in Playa del Rey. We have experience in operating similar businesses such as this. I've also been a resident of the greater Playa del Rey area for the last 10 years, and I have engaged with many local members and small businesses of the area and of the community. This location was actually previously run and operated as a market with a liquor license, which unfortunately expired due to the passing of the previous owner. I believe that this market operation under Beachside Market will be meaningful to the local community, and with that, we respectfully ask for your vote. Thank you.
Good afternoon. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Hello, my name is Tanya Borja, and I'm here to speak on general public comment and Article 52.
And you said 52?
Yeah, 52.
Okay. And before you begin, feel free to move the mic down if that's helpful. So you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tanya Borja Valdovinos. I'm an organizer with Scope LA. I am a South Central State native. I come from a mixed family status with the most amazing immigrant parents. I am here to urge you that the City of Los Angeles must pass the ordinance of sanctuary to ensure that no city resources, property, or personnel are used for immigration enforcement. All Angelenos should feel safe accessing much-needed services without fear of their information being shared to federal authorities. Los Angeles needs to be a city where folks feel safe, where our undocumented neighbors make over 34% of the population. We are hardworking people and deserve to feel safe. I call on you, City Council, to vote yes on the sanctuary ordinance. By doing so, you will affirm the city's commitment to our communities, defending, protecting our communities, my neighbors, my friends, and my family. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosalía Munoz.
Good afternoon. If you could
Good
please.
day. My name is Suzette Shaw. I'm speaking on item 52 as well as public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm a Skid Row resident. I write, talk, and advocate Skid Row from a woman's perspective. Skid Row is a community where Black, middle-aged, elderly women, we have tended to track as one of the #1 demographics displaced into poverty and homelessness decade after decade. As we talk about sanctuary cities, I just like to remind everyone that, my ancestors also migrated from the South in the 50s to come to Arizona and be part of the community here where I've now extended into California. And whereas I say that to remind us that there's still Black folks that are living in less than third world living conditions. As we biblically are told to make room for those who are less fortunate than us, and I agree with that, I think that we should also ensure that we're taking care of the needs of our citizens that we are literally stepping over. People are literally living in containment and degraded to poverty and homelessness. There's no reason why what my ancestors, my mother, my grandmother, and folks went through decades and generations prior, why I should still be going through those same issues today as a Black woman who's 60 years old. We can no longer talk about equality and empowerment while continuing to enforce inequities. I urge you, Marquise, I urge you to take care of the needs of the women with WLP who have reached out to your staff for quite some time. I urge you to make time for the ladies with WLP as well. Please, you directly, Marquise, make time for the ladies of WLP. Please, thank you.
Last name for in person is Maya Lucy Shin.
I'm Rosalio Munoz, want to speak to the general comments and also to item 52.
Good afternoon. Go ahead. You have 1 minute for each. Please
Yes,
begin with the item.
well, first things, I'm wondering, perhaps that you can respond later to that how strong the interference at the city rights or city property. Back in '73, there were mass deportations in that year, especially in the late spring and in June, and where they would go to what was then Brooklyn Avenue, now Cesar Chavez in Boyle Heights. They'd close off streets 5 or 6 blocks long and then just go in and pick up everybody walking there shopping. It's a big commercial area, still is. And they would stop when people got off the buses. It was a real dragnet. And they picked
General
up
public
people.
comment?
So will this protect us from those kind of practices? Second practice was the county, and I hope we can get the county to do the same thing. They would go into the welfare office, send in immigrations to hear interviews with mothers to find out those that had undocumented and then citizens that were then had the rights to, children that were born here, and try to figure out whether their milk was split and given to the undocumented besides the citizen ones, and then help get them disqualified. Later on, they got even meaner than that. So that kind of participation. So how can we get, well, anyway, I think do this and let's move on to the county.
Good afternoon. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Hi, Maya Lucician and item 52.
So you said just item 52?
And general comment?
In general, okay. So you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I'm Maya. I'm an attorney who has worked with undocumented immigrants and with deported veterans, and I urge you to make Los Angeles a sanctuary city to prohibit the use of city resources for immigration enforcement, so that no city resources fund the unimaginable cruelty of deporting our community members, friends, and family who do so much for this city. Thank you.
Good afternoon. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamari Cook, and I'd like to speak to item 52 as well as general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tamari Cook. I am a resident of CD8, and I'm also the program manager for the Women's Leadership Project and a member of the Standing for Black Girls Coalition. Today, as we push to codify Los Angeles being a sanctuary city, we must also ensure that LA is a place of refuge for not only immigrants, but also for Black women, girls, and expansive gendered youth as well. I am standing before you once again to urge this body to show that you too stand for Black girls. The stats are horrendous, as you have already been reminded. We make up less than 4% of LA's population, but about a quarter of all female victims of crime in this city. What we know is that Black women top the list when it comes to being victimized in LA, whether by gun violence, intimate partner violence, or poverty, which is in and of itself violent, and nothing is being done about it. But what we also know is that life in Los Angeles is even more dangerous if you are an immigrant, if you are a young person who is Black and queer, a Black person who is non-gender conforming, or an immigrant in any of these statuses. But the stats that we use to determine what resources should be allotted are incomplete. Our demands include creating youth centers and safe spaces and dedicated funding for mental health programming. I also urge this body to mandate police and service agencies to use data sets that take into account multiple identity categories such as comprehensive gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, and violence risk, so that the picture is painted as a more full human being. We deserve a full picture of how violence impacts all aspects of the Black community in LA, and we deserve for something to be done about it to protect Black girls in the city of Los Angeles, as we are a sanctuary city for all.
Okay, so I'm being told that there is no additional public comment in the room, so I believe we've called all the names. Mr. President, would you like to move to virtual public comment?
Yes, we can move now to virtual public comment and go to the phones.
Caller ending in 7255, unmute yourself.
This is Richard Serrano. I will be speaking on 52 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
I agree with everyone. Yo estoy con la gente. El 52 debe de pasar, pero todavía falta más en eso.
52
No
must,
nomás que
Hold on just a second so our
No.
interpreter can do their job. We will pause your time. Go ahead.
52 must pass. El señor puede pausar para que pueda yo interpretar.
Okay.
Okay, and before you begin, really quick, I'm going to ask one more time. Can the interpreters, I don't know if it's a volume setting there, but I'm having a hard time hearing you even up here. So if you could increase the volume, I would appreciate it. Sorry, go ahead, speaker.
le falta mucho a esta 52. No nomás que Los Ángeles no sea santuario el área, pero que no permiten que ICE entre al lugar de Los Ángeles a afectar la comunidad que nosotros tenemos. Tenemos que tener reglas a
Permítame.
proteger, no nomás a parar.
There's much needed for this 52 to make it a sanctuary city. We shall not allow ICE to go into.
Con eso diciéndoles a ustedes, gente, no, el 52 es bueno, pero falta algo que los va a proteger a ustedes, que no puedan llegar a las escuelas y alguien pueda llegar a protegerlos a ustedes cuando lleguen. No nomás se paren allí diciendo que no se metieron porque es su trabajo de ellos.
General public comment?
52 is good, but something else is needed, like they are not allowed to go into the schools.
General public comment. Look, 52 is great for the city of LA. It is a sanctuary area. Ladies that came out from the black area that are victims, we just lost a bus driver to violence. I hear you guys. It is a city of Los Angeles, not just District 6 I care about. We need something to protect the people that come out, not just stand by. We didn't use our resources and just stood by and let them do their jobs. We need something to protect them. Like Bruno and Mr. Nunez said, back when the deportation in 73 and in 2008, they deported their parents, their family. We're third, fourth generation here. We shouldn't be fearful of deportation. But the idea of separating anybody from their family is crazy. It's bad enough when it happens during a crime, incarceration. But again, there's a lot of people, I'm reading Smoke and Scan's comments. They are for this deportation thing. I can't,
Caller,
you know,
your time's
everyone has their
expired.
own voice.
Next caller.
Caller ending in 0985, please unmute yourself.
Caller with the last four digits 0985. Please unmute yourself. This is your last opportunity to speak. Okay, so we're gonna have to move on to the next.
Hi.
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you. Peggy Lee Kennedy, Venice Justice Committee. I'd like to speak on
52, 54, and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
52. Thank you for listening to all the public comments in favor of this, but I have to say I'm really opposed to how the carve-outs for the federal government access to our people is written. It should be written as a way to oppose it, not to allow it. We need to review anything the federal government is trying to do to get to our people, and you need to change the wording to reflect that. That's exactly appropriate on protecting the people, not ways of allowing them to get our people. And, you know, the fact is who is with this new police chief? It's quite unsettling that who was responsible in a lot of ways for some really awful things that happened. You know, when people get arrested and were used to get arrested and their name was, you know, Smith, they'd be released upon, you know, whatever happened when they were
So, caller,
arrested.
you've exhausted
And
your
then
1 minute on 52. Please move on to item 54.
Item 54. This is a report on the finances of Inside Safe. Correct. You should be looking at this regularly, but both committees waived consideration. There's a new one already going to committee. Look, Venice Inside Safe in January 2023 put 109 people in hotels, but per the report, 53 of these people, almost half, are now outside again. That's almost half. Only 20 of those that are outside again are still connected to the Inside Safe program. What's going on with those other 33? Are they even alive? They can't come back to CD11 with the heavy law enforcement effort to displace unhoused
General public
people
comment.
off
Go
of the
ahead.
west side. And out of the people who were actually say they were permanently housed, or the report says, the huge lion's share is time-limited rental subsidies, which basically is going to market rate landlords. And a very small percentage is going to permanent supportive housing. That should be our success. How are we rating the success of this program? We're spending a lot of money, and then we're getting pictures of blank sidewalks. That is not the solution, a blank sidewalk. The success is real permanent housing, and that's how it should be, not a temporary Band-Aid that we're spending a bunch of money on, giving it to market rate landlords, and we don't know the success of that. Where are those statistics? Because people have come to me and told me they're homeless again once the year is up on that subsidy. So how good is that? We need real solutions.
Speaker, your time has expired. Next caller.
Call-in user 2, unmute yourself.
What's up, nerds and virgins? Brock Landers, Los Angeles
Good
private
afternoon. Which
investigator.
items would you like to speak to?
All open items and general public comment, please.
So you have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Item 52. I am a registered minister of the Church of Smoke and Scan and Stinks, and I am proud to announce the Smoke and Scan Sanctuary City Adoption Plan. The people that were talking about making LA a sanctuary city, we heard you. Send an email to Brock Landers, LAPI@gmail.com, with your name, address, and how many undocumented immigrants you would like to adopt. And if you'll take care of the $500 processing fee. We will email your information to an undocumented migrant who will show up at your house within 5 to 10 days. Don't worry, Smoke and Scan Sanctuary Adoption
So,
Plan.
Speaker, I'm going to ask that you
we don't
speak
plan
to
do
this
background
sanctuary
checks
item,
or
not
anything
the
else that might
Smoke
be
and Scan
offensive.
sanctuary item.
This is helping people that need sanctuary get someplace to live. What you want more homeless people? Why do you hate immigrants and want them to be homeless? Listen to what I'm saying. Let's see. We won't do anything offensive like background checks. I'm surprised that we heard multiple people speak today about keeping human traffickers in LA without allowing ICE to go through and deport people
So,
like
Speaker,
that.
you've exhausted your 1
and
minute on
besides
item 52. Please move on to another item.
Okay. Hopefully you're, let's see, but besides sales tax, what taxes do they pay? And how many factory owners have contributed to your campaign? You guys want to take advantage of the cheap labor as well.
Speaker, I can't tell which item you're speaking to, so this is your last warning, or I'm going to move you to general public comment.
I'm talking about the sanctuary stuff. How stupid are you, Groot? Didn't you go to law school?
If you were listening earlier,
how
you've
can you
exhausted
be
your
this
1 minute on
dumb
that
and pass
item.
the bar?
So please
Stop
move on to another
talking
item.
so
I'm
I
going to
can
move you to
finish.
general.
I am talking. You let other people do their whole thing. They did
Okay,
52,
so
and then they did
you're
their
1
general
minute for
public
general
comment on
public
that.
comment. Go ahead. Please start them on general.
On my general public comment, you already told me that. Keep track, smart guy. So anyway, Paul has given his support to the anonymous smoke and scan Latina integration kooky kaleidoscope adoption. That's right, ass licka, just like you should, Groot, licking ass.
Okay, next caller.
Caller ending in 9519, unmute yourself.
Caller ending in the last 4 digits, 9519. This is your last opportunity to speak. Please press *6 to unmute now.
Yes, my name is Candido Mers, and I'm a smoker scan viewer.
Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Mighty whitey there, brother. Well, the nigger hating Candido doesn't have a problem with, any of the illegal aliens breaking into the country, having all the kids, not learning the language, not ingratiating himself in the culture, just basically taking from the country, all the take, none of the give. And then, I don't really have a problem with ICE so much. I don't like Candido. I don't like that smoking scum guy there. He's really one of the problems there. But I think maybe we should get something done about, the illegal aliens. Those are really the ones we worry about, the people who aren't supposed to be here. If you're here legally, what's the problem? ICE come get you, scoop you up, take you back to Mexico or Guatemala or where the hell you're from there, because, illegal aliens are dangerous. Look at Marvin the Martian there. I mean, that boy, he used to raise hell there. You know how they do with Looney Tunes and the damn Wile E. Coyote and Bugs Bunny? And he take your little ray and he blow your little head off. Nothing left, a bunch of ashes there. So yeah, legal aliens are kind of dangerous there. So that's something we should get done and take care of.
Speaker, you've exhausted your 1 minute on item
thing.
52. Please move on to another item.
I was minding why you're that buckethead there, pumpkinhead. Anyway, shout out to the smoke can community again there. So the other day I'm down on Figueroa with this little Mexican chick, and I paid her $5 to let me toss her her soft taco salad.
So
and
you know the rules.
Yes,
this
sir?
is not currently on the agenda, so you need to tie it to something that's on the agenda. I'm going to move you to general public comment.
Well, I'm talking about the illegal aliens that managed
You've
to make
already
their way underneath
exhausted.
the barbed
First of
wire.
all,
and now
that's
they're
not
here.
about that, and second of all, you've exhausted your 1 minute on item 52. So this is your last opportunity, or I'm going to move you to general.
General.
You have 1 minute for general public comment.
All right, well, thank you there, brother. You're a lot of help there. Anyway, shout out to the Volkswagen community. Anyway, as I was saying, I was down on Figueroa with this chick, little Mexican chick, and I paid her $5 to let me toss her her taco salad there, and I was trying to figure out, how do you get, that stink of, soft tacos off your
Okay,
hand
so
after you're done there and
again,
everything? I didn't
this
have any
is
wet
general
wipes or
public
anything
comment,
there.
but you need
Yes,
to
sir?
connect it to something that's within the jurisdiction of this city council. If you do not do so, you will forfeit your general comment period. This is your only warning. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I understood, brother, there, but I was trying to understand that, we need some wash-up station down there on Figueroa or whatever, so I can get, or some wet wipes so I can get this, stink off my damn hand.
Okay, so
Soft
he has
tacos and
been
shit
warned
there, because
already.
it gets
Let's move
pretty
on to
ugly
the
there.
next caller. Actually, before we do, so just to be clear, general public comment, while quite broad, does need to be something that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of this city. It is not simply an opportunity just for anecdotes. Go ahead. Next caller.
Caller ending in 7940, please unmute yourself.
So caller ending in the last 4 digits, 7940. This is your last opportunity to speak. Please press *6 to unmute. Okay, so, yes, we can hear you.
I am Linnea Wren from the League of Women Voters, Greater Los Angeles. I have a general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Meeting is A community engagement meeting is required by AB 481 related to military equipment in police departments. A 1-hour Zoom meeting was held on October 24th. It failed to provide meaningful community engagement. The LAPD gave the community only 48 hours of advance notice. Commander Cifatelli's beginning presentation took 25 minutes. It served chiefly as a promotion for drones and robots. The Zoom meeting then shut down abruptly. When the Zoom meeting was restarted, half the community participants were unable to re-enter. Only 25 minutes remained for community questions and comments. Commander Cifatelli acknowledged that the meeting had not met community engagement meeting needs of AB 481. She promised to hold another meeting, and that has not occurred. An appropriate community meeting is necessary for public trust in the LAPD, and particularly its acquisition and use of military equipment. Thank you.
Caller ending in 2099, please unmute yourself.
Yes, we can hear you. Which items would you like to speak to?
Hi, to 52 and general comment, please.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the item. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf also with the National Day Labor Organizing Network in Dillon, and so many workers, families, mixed status families across the city of LA, and a lot of folks that work in LA. We remember there's a lot of examples of what ICE has done to families and workers in Los Angeles. We know what ICE represents, and so it's super important that this is finally happening. Without, we don't want to talk about why it took so long, but we're doing it, so that's good. Now that we're going to do it, we want to make sure we do it right. We want this to be a good, bright line policy, and we need the LA sanctuary policy to be an example for other cities across the country. We need some good examples right now, right? And so we know what the policy has been at the county level, the sheriff. That's already been a decision made. It's a bright line policy. That's the best policy. Let's not undermine the county policy by making a policy that makes exceptions or that blurs that bright line.
Caller, your time has expired on item 52.
Okay, and just in general, let's be real. What we're facing, right? This policy is an important
this
first
is general
start,
public comment.
but this is the floor. Beg your pardon?
This is general public comment. Go ahead.
Yeah. So in this time, we need good examples. We need cities that are setting a good example. LA's sanctuary policy as a starting point, but much beyond that, we should be asking what else can the city attorney, what else can our council members, what else can the mayor's office be doing, given we're literally facing a federal government that's threatening and making plans and taking steps for carrying out mass deportations. So we appreciate that the city council is moving forward. Let's do it, but let's do it right. Let's set a good example. A bad precedent in the city of LA is going to become worse in other jurisdictions. So let's make a bright line policy. Let's make the tweaks that we need to make today to make sure it's a beacon policy, a bright line example. And we're happy that we're here to work together to make it happen. Thanks all.
Okay, next caller.
Okay, that's the last caller, as I understand it? Okay, great. That's the last caller. So now we'll move on to the items. Let's start. There was a request to move 24, 27, and 28 forthwith. What's that? There was a request to move items 24, 27, and 28 forthwith. Without objection, that'll be the order. And now let's move on to items available for voting. If you could let us know what's available.
Yes, sir. Item 2 through 4, 9 through 11, 31 through 43, 45, 46, 49 through 51, 55 through 58 are before council now.
Okay, do any members wish to be heard on these items? Seeing no members on the queue, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tally the votes.
13 eyes.
Okay, those items are agreed to. What's next? Oh, I think we're taking items 12 and 44, and Mr. Price.
12, 44, and 47 are before council now.
Okay, and Mr. Price is recusing himself from these items, so we will take him off the board, and we will bring up these items now. Let's. Any members wish to be heard on these items, 12, 44, 47? Seeing no members on the queue, let's open the roll. Close the roll, tally the votes.
12 eyes.
Great. If someone could bring Mr. Price back into the room, and we'll move, I believe, to item 14. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this was to adopt the BFI report. Any members wish to be heard? Seeing no members on the queue, let's open the roll. Close the roll, tally the votes.
13 eyes.
That measure is approved. Next is item 29, called special by Councilwoman Rahman for comments. Councilwoman Rahman, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much. And I know today many people are here because they have really big and scary issues on their mind that I hope the council will take action on. But this motion passing is giving me a lot of joy. We have a lot of streets in Los Angeles that have a really weird shape. They're often little zigzags. They get wider, seemingly in random places, and then they get narrower, also seemingly in random places. And this is because of a long-standing city policy that is called spot widening. In 1961, this policy was put in place when the idea was to build bigger roads any time that we had new development here that the city wouldn't have to invest in. And what has happened is that new construction has come up, new commercial or multifamily construction has come up. Those buildings have been forced to widen the roads at those points. But the entire road has never actually been widened, so it's led to this very weird road shape across many of our districts, and actually has led to challenges for pedestrians and cyclists who are using these roads. It's very hard to manage sometimes on these roads, and they're inconsistently applied across the entire city. So it is a very weird system that we have here in Los Angeles, one that costs developers that we are trying to urge to build more housing, more affordable housing, one that costs them sometimes millions of dollars to follow. And so what we're doing today is moving forward the report from a Bureau of Engineering study that changes this policy once and for all. And I want to thank Councilmember Blumenfield for partnering on this. I want to thank former Councilmember Mike Bonin for partnering with me on this. And I am very excited to move this forward because today, the practice of random spot widening that burdens all of the new construction that we are trying to encourage to be built right here in Los Angeles will end. So I hope I have your aye vote. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And let me just say, thank you, Councilwoman Rahman, for bringing this forward. I was proud to partner with you on this, as this has been longstanding. This basically, it allows us to do smart planning instead of this one-size-fits-all automatic planning. So we still have all the tools in place, but we can be smart about it. So with that, I also join you in asking for an aye vote, and no other members on the queue. Let's open the roll. Close the roll. And tally the votes.
13 ayes.
Great. That measure is approved. That takes us to item 30, called special by Councilwoman Rodriguez for comments. Councilwoman Rodriguez, you have the floor.
Thank you. And so this item, colleagues, takes a little bit of a play off of what Ms. Rahman was also just talking about, and it's about making some corrections to our current abatement, the code applying to abatement properties and nuisance properties. Nuisance properties impact so many parts of our city and many of our districts, and it is quite a laborious task in order to get the combination of building and safety, the impacts of law enforcement deployment to address many of these nuisance properties. And so I'm pleased to be bringing forward this item for a vote, which we have been working on very closely with the City Attorney's Office, the Department of Building and Safety, LAPD, and LAFD on improving the tools that we need to effectively address nuisance properties. Specifically, the motion seeks key updates to our municipal code that will allow the city to abate nuisance structures and the surrounding areas. The update will provide clarity that allows the Department of Building and Safety to bring the necessary contractors to mitigate hazardous conditions on the properties that the city does not have the capacity to deal with. I look forward to these updated ordinances returning to our council and our continued work to rid the city of nuisance properties that unfortunately have an outsized negative impact on the health and safety of our neighborhoods. And so with that, I ask for your aye vote.
Great. Seeing no other speakers on the queue, and I certainly agree with this is another motion for smart planning. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tally the votes.
13 ayes.
Okay, that measure is approved. Next item.
Next is item 54.
Okay, and this, Mr. Price, I believe you want to recuse yourself on this item, item 54. So if we could take Mr. Price off the board. And this was called special by Councilwoman Rodriguez for comments. So I will yield the floor to Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. So item 54 is the HEA. And one of the biggest problems that I wanted to point out, and I know we had this item in committee, I was unable to stay for the committee, and I don't know if this was discussed, but it was waived out of committee. And so what I want to just bring to everybody's attention, colleagues, is one of the challenges with these recurring HEAs is the list of pending information that still isn't making its way to formally update this council on the outcomes associated with work associated with Inside Safe. And that is a really big problem, particularly when there is additional money being provided and there's no documented outcomes associated with the work. And so I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention, if you look at the report has a multiple page list of pending information that this body sought when it provided the approval in the new structure and how dollars would be released. We gave instructions about the type of information that we wanted in order to continue to afford the resources being invested in Inside Safe. Well, sadly, we've gotten zero information being updated and provided from those early reports that we first received, and that is a really big problem. And so much, especially when we've had conversations repeatedly, when we talk about the resources that we want to get from the county, now that Measure A has passed, all of the resources, and I know we're going to have the conversation around the bed rates, but all of these conversations all tie into each other. We deserve to be able to tell taxpayers how their money is being spent. And when we are not able to fully fund street improvements, sidewalk improvements, and the like, how can we sit here and not be able to show the receipts of the work associated with the programs that we're funding with respect to homelessness? And so it's for that reason that I will continue to register a no vote on the HEA. And I want to advise you, colleagues, and urge you, in this current fiscal climate that we are in, we can no longer afford to not be able to show the receipts for the work and the expenditures associated with homeless strategies, particularly now when we continue to see that the county has continued to evade its obligations in funding so many of the important parts of our ability to do this work. They're going to be flush with millions and millions of more dollars, and we are not making effective leverage with these resources. And for that, I ask you to please look at these reports and start asking the questions about how the money is being spent and what are the outcomes associated with this work. We cannot continue to blindly approve this time after time with every single subsequent report. And so I ask for your no vote, but I will clearly be registering mine. Thank you.
Okay, Seeing no other members on the queue, let's open the roll. Close the roll. And tally the vote.
10 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, Councilwoman Hernandez, for what purpose do you rise?
Yes, thank you, Council President. We've actually voted on and approved this item just now, item 50, but I wanted to provide some comments because it's a really big deal.
Okay.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for approving this motion. This motion is to formally authorize the City of Los Angeles to accept and manage $6,309,880.50 in Encampment Resolution Fund grant funding allocated by the State of California. Thank you, Councilmember Monica Rodriguez, for seconding this motion. Office has secured these over $6 million from the State Encampment Resolution Funding Program to address unsheltered homelessness along the 110 freeway from Stadium Way all the way to Avenue 52. This fund will support and bring in up to 70 individuals indoors and into interim housing and then permanent housing. The motion that you all voted on instructs the city administrative officer to execute and the necessary documents to accept the ERF grant on behalf of Council District 1 and to serve as the designated grant administrator. Additionally, it requests the controller to establish a new special fund titled Encampment Resolution Fund Grant Arroyo Seco within Department 10 to receive and distribute these funds. Again, I want to thank Councilmember Monica Rodriguez for seconding this motion, the California Department of Housing and Community Development for investing in our Care First approach, and our Council District 1 team. Special shout out to Eric Ares, my Housing and Homelessness Director, for throwing down to secure these critical resources and execute this plan. Collaborations like this remind us that when all levels of government work together and funding and resources are brought to the table, we can end unsheltered homelessness for our unhoused constituents. Again, thank you, colleagues. Thank you so much for your support today.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Hernandez. Councilwoman Hutt, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to ask that the Plum Committee meet at 2 o'clock.
Great. Thank you for the announcement. Plum Committee is moved to 2 o'clock. Okay, no other speakers. What is the next item?
Next would be item 59, sir. And Mr. President, that was called special for an amendment, which has already been read in the record.
Okay. Any members wish to be heard on this item? 59 as amended. Seeing no members on the queue, we can open the roll, close the roll, and tally the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, that measure is approved. What's next? 52, I believe. I believe we have item 52, is that correct? We have I believe there are two amendments. Well, there's an amendment and then an amending motion to that amendment, is that correct? In which case we would take up the amending motion first, then the amendment, and then the underlying bill.
You have it, okay. I have an amendment that I'll ask the city attorney to read into the record. Thank you.
Yes. So the amendment reads, I move to amend Clause 4 of Motion 52A, that is the original amending motion that was introduced by Councilmember Hernandez, so that it reads as follows. Number 4, amend Section 19.191, subsection B, to read as follows. B, investigate, cite, arrest, hold, transfer, or detain any person for the purpose of immigration enforcement, except as authorized under Government Code, Section 7284.6, subsection B1, which lists specified serious or violent predicate offenses. Prior to conducting a probable cause arrest for a violation of 8 U.S.C. Section 1326, subsection A and subsection B2, or transferring a suspect to a federal immigration agent based on a probable cause arrest for 8 USC Section 1326, subsection A or subsection B2. City personnel shall obtain approval from their employing department's designated immigration affairs liaison. And I believe this is being seconded by Councilmember McCosker.
Okay.
So, Mr. President, the first vote will be on Amendment 52B, which was just read by the city attorney, sir.
Right. And to clarify, 52B is amending 52A. So we vote on the amendment, the amending motion, then the amendment, and then the underlying bill.
No, unfortunately, sir, the way the vote goes is last introduced, it gets voted first. So since 52 was introduced just now, the vote would be on 52B, sir.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. So what's before us is 52B, which is the amending motion to the underlying amendment. And Mr. Harris Dawson is requested to speak. Mr. Dawson, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and members. First, I want to, before I begin comments on what's before us now, I want to just really give a heartfelt congratulations and thank you to the members of the council who have been working on this issue for in excess of a year and just came together the last week along with the mayor to get this in front of us now in light of the national situation that we have here in the U.S. With our election and with the sort of virulent espousal of anti-immigrant sentiment, particularly anti-Latin American immigrant sentiment, coming from Washington and embraced by a good amount of the country, although rejected here in Los Angeles. What I put before you today, along with Mr. McCosker, and after long discussions with the makers of the motion, is a narrow set of sentences that closes a loophole that I believe leaves the city vulnerable. And that is in the case where an LAPD officer has contact with a person who has a prior conviction for a violent felony, was deported, and it can be confirmed that they were deported, and they are back in the United States. What we had proposed wouldn't allow LAPD to take some time to look at that person and to communicate with ICE in this case. What this amendment does is allow our officers to do that, which is the current policy for the city of LA. And according to LAPD records, that's been invoked 2 times since 2018. So it is not something that is a regular practice. In fact, it's very irregular. It should stay that way, frankly, but we want to make sure that we have all the tools we need to do, that we need in order to carry out the work of the city. And so with that, I ask all my colleagues for an aye vote.
Okay. Do any other members wish to be heard on this amending motion? Councilmember Soto Martinez.
Thank you so much, Council President. You know, there was a lot of back and forth around this discussion. I think that we have what was presented here is something that will be good for the city. And I know that if it's not good for the city, there's always an ability to come back and readdress it. So today I will be registering a yes vote on this very specific issue that you just stated. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other members on the queue, let's open the roll on the amending motion. Close the roll. Tally the votes.
13 ayes.
Great, thank you. So that has been adopted. So 52A is now amended as per 52B, and that amendment is before us. If any colleagues wish to speak on 52A as amended. Seeing no members on the queue, we will vote on the amendment, and then we'll vote on the underlying bill. So let's open the roll. Close the roll. Tally the vote. Okay, so 52 has now been amended, and now we can take up the item as amended.
Just to clarify, Mr. President, 52B passed, so the next vote should be 52A, which is the amendment introduced by Mr. Soto Martinez and Ms. Rahman as amended by 52B.
That's,
Oh, Ms. Hernandez, sorry.
yeah, that's exactly what we just voted on.
No, what the council just voted on is Mr. Harris Dawson's 52B, which.
Yes, we voted on that, and that passed.
So
and
the
then we-
next vote should be on 52A, motion Hernandez Rahman as amended by
which is-
52B.
That's exactly what we just did. We voted on it as amended, but we can do it again. I'm happy to do it again. We voted on the amending motion, it passed, and then we voted on the 52A as amended by that motion. So, but if we wish to do it again, that's fine with me. We just did it. Right, I asked if anybody wanted to be heard, and then we're going to take up the whole motion now as amended. Okay. Okay, so let's now take up 52A as amended, so basically the amended motion. Okay. So anyone wish to be heard? And I see members now on the queue. So we'll start. Yes, I see you're on the queue. You're the first one on the queue. So we're now. Is there a point of inquiry, or before we speak to with a point of order? Go ahead, Ms. Rahman.
Speak on the full item. So I think we just need to know when is the time to do that.
I think what we're saying is now is the time to do that. So we're going to now speak to the item as amended. Councilwoman Hernandez, a point of order, or you want to speak to the item?
Point of order, please.
Go ahead.
I'd like to move forward that we do this with urgency clause, the last motion that we voted on.
On A? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you probably want to do that after we vote on the whole thing, to get the whole thing moved with an urgency clause.
Okay, okay.
But so that, I think that will be appropriately entertained once this passes, after people speak to it, to ask for the urgency clause.
Okay. I'd like to, move a motion on that.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Any other points of order before we go to the substance? Seeing no other points of order or inquiry, Ms. Hernandez to start the discussion. No. Councilwoman Rahman.
Thank you so much for allowing me an opportunity to speak on this. And thank you to everyone here in the audience who came out in support of this critically important piece of legislation. After 18 months, I believe almost, since we put forward this motion, my colleagues, Councilmember Hernandez and Councilmember Soto Martinez and I introduced this. We have a draft of an ordinance before us, and I think the timing couldn't be more important. We began this process over a year ago knowing that we can't predict the future, and that Angelenos deserve to be protected no matter who is in power at the local level and at the federal government. While this body had previously passed a resolution declaring Los Angeles a city of sanctuary in 2017, those policies were not codified into municipal law. Our current relationship with federal immigration agencies is shaped by internal LAPD policies, some of which have been there for decades, and an executive directive issued by former Mayor Eric Garcetti. And these policies have been good and important to ensure that Angelenos feel safe here calling on the city for support and calling on city resources to meet their needs. But it does mean that at the flip of a switch or the change of an administration, these policies can be rescinded. Evidence has shown, studies have shown over and over again that when there are heightened fears around immigration enforcement, immigrant communities are more reluctant to call on the city for help, to ask our city for resources, even in cases of domestic violence and other emergencies, even in cases of urgent need. We must be a city that ensures that Angelenos are able to lean on it for help. And this new ordinance would codify this approach and give it the force of law. And I want to thank you all for your support in passing this unanimously last year, and I hope that we can do the same today at a very changed moment in our country's history. Thank you.
Councilwoman Rodriguez, followed by Councilmember Price.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I was a member of the council during the first Trump administration. A few of us were here during that time. And we know that so often members of our community, of our immigrant community, are, even without this administration, have lived in fear and have consequently been among those with the highest rates of underreporting of crime or assaults or violence against them out of fear for these very circumstances. It's why the Los Angeles Police Department has honored, going back to the 1970s, Special Order 40, that prohibits the cooperative relationship with federal immigration agencies. This was again reinforced in 2017, as Ms. Rahman indicated, by Mayor Garcetti with Executive Order 20. And so we're talking about really, we're not talking about very substantive changes, but we are still talking about the same underlying fear that is affecting so many of our communities. And it's for that reason that I'm proud to have been a part of this council when we introduced an interim control ordinance that refused the cooperation with many of the facilities that were separating families. We prohibited those activities from occurring in the city of Los Angeles. There have been a host of efforts that we have engaged in because we recognize the duress of so many members of our community. And we don't have a safer city if people are living in fear and hiding in the shadows and unable to come forward and cooperate with law enforcement in manners that we need them to, particularly because we want to keep them safe. We want to ensure that they are cooperative in communicating with law enforcement officials to make sure that if they are either the victims or the witness of a crime, their testimony is going to be instrumental to making sure that this city is safer for everyone. I also want to uplift and thank some of our other city departments that have been doing God's work in this. From our LA Library Department, who also provides a host of resources and points of access for people to be able to garner information, to our Community Investment for Families Department, and providers like MALDEF, CHIRLA, Carecen, Clínica Romero, and so many others. They're providing critical resources that help to provide that important access and information. And of course, all of our consul generals, all of the consulates that have made themselves available. I know just yesterday I was meeting with Ambassador Moctezuma Barragan from Mexico. We were meeting with our Consul General from Mexico yesterday, and everyone is working to find the best path of being supportive and to help be a resource in these very difficult and terrorizing times for people. But I also want to make it clear is that while we can provide all of these resources, and as critical and as important it is, we know that they still remain under duress, that many people in our community remain fearful. And so while we are providing all of these protections that substantially are not really different from what we've already been practicing as a city for decades, we must continue to encourage and help support one another during these very difficult times and to help aid people where they need it, because they are only going to be pushed further into fear. And it's for that reason that I know this, while important, doesn't really get to the root of what we know we're going to be grappling with as a city, as a country. And so for that, colleagues, I'm grateful that we are codifying this policy, but it has, to be clear, been our practice. And we will continue to make that our practice here in the city of Los Angeles, because we recognize that we are a city built by immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Price, followed by Councilwoman Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, today I rise to voice my strong support, along with you, for this ordinance. As a representative of one of the largest migrant communities in the city, ensuring the safety and well-being of my constituents is a top priority. Given the re-election of Donald Trump and the consistent hate speech towards undocumented people and mixed status families, I can't think of a more pressing issue than this one today. Sanctuary cities are not just a legal framework, but they represent a moral commitment to upholding human dignity, protecting families, and ensuring that everyone, regardless of their immigrating status, can live without fear. Establishing this ordinance will allow us to ensure that crimes do not go unreported from fear of deportation. It will permit us to build trust between mixed status families and law enforcement, and it will help keep communities intact. Now is the time to make our message loud and clear. Trump has had his say, but now it's our turn to respond with decisive action and full force of law on our side. The City of Angels must live up to its name. We must be angels to our undocumented neighbors, guaranteeing that they can live with stability and without the constant threat of deportation. By fostering opportunity and inclusion, we empower all of our neighbors to contribute fully to the strength and success of our communities for generations to come. Colleagues, I urge an aye vote on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Padilla, followed by Councilman Soto Martinez.
You know, colleagues, I'm really glad we're doing this. I think this is a step in the right direction to protect our migrant, immigrant, undocumented community. But I would also be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to say a few things that are on my mind. Since November 5th, 2024, I have been called very often by different stakeholders asking me what happened to the Latino community and why did they shift over to voting red. And the only answer that I can really think about is my own actions from 2020, when I vividly remember talking to leaders in the California Democratic Party, and I told them, you are at risk of losing the Latino voters if you do not start to utilize your own power to begin conversations to elevate to the national level the interests in the Democratic Party caring about true immigration reform. And all of that fell on deaf ears. So instead, what you're starting to see is that people went with the party that at minimum is willing to start to talk about it. Maybe not in their best interest, but they were willing to at least talk about it. So today, to all of the future federal leaders that are going to take over very soon, I tell them this, that with this action today, what the LA City Council is trying to say is that we're not gonna allow for the actions that once upon a time took place in 1954, where with Operation, I don't choose to use a second word, or what happened in the 1970s when they did massive deportations and broke families. Los Angeles is not gonna let that happen. But instead, what I hope this starts is a conversation to potentially get what we got back in 1986 under a Republican administration, where we actually had something related to true immigration reform with the Immigration Reform and Control Act under President Ronald Reagan. I hope that what this does really does stem a new conversation about the future of immigration reform, because in Los Angeles, what we want to do is protect and make sure that our communities are not broken apart. So I will also be a yes vote today.
Thank you. Councilmember Soto Martinez, followed by Councilmember Harris Dawson.
Thank you so much, Council President. First of all, I want to thank all the folks that were part of this legislation, Councilmember Rahman, Councilmember Hernandez, and others who helped shape this. And of course, the advocates and the organizations and immigrants who came here today to give their own testimony about why we need to make the city of LA a sanctuary city. Because this law is about making Los Angeles, through law, a sanctuary city, and ensuring that all Angelenos can interact with our government without the fear that Donald Trump's deportation squad is around the corner. This is a man who appointed the guy who put kids in cages to be his immigration czar. A man who said he would deport every single undocumented person in the United States, including the people that have been here for decades. And just yesterday, he confirmed his plans to send the US military into cities like Los Angeles to carry out his orders. As I was growing up in Los Angeles, my own parents were undocumented. And at the time when my dad dropped me off or picked me up from school, he wasn't worried that ICE agents were going to be there. When him and I and my family members were out in the streets, street vending, we didn't have to worry about being stopped and asked for our papers. And when we got home, we felt the safety and dignity that we all deserve, because the fear of deportation is not present the way it is now. And over those years, my family and my parents were able to provide for our family. They even bought a house, and they both proudly became American citizens over the years. So that whether you know it or not, every single person in this room and every single person watching knows someone like my parents, and they know someone that will be affected by these policies. And we know that women should be able to report domestic violence and seek justice. Kids should be able to go to school, and families should be able to go to public libraries without the fear that doing so would tear their families apart. So by passing this law today, we are making sure that we are keeping our friends, family, neighbors, and coworkers safe. But I gotta say, this is not the end, this is the beginning. We are, in a few weeks, we're gonna have to be leading a movement against this terrible, terrible regime that has taken over Washington, D.C. And I think there's many more things that the city of Los Angeles could be doing to make sure that we are the best city, the best model city for America. So we got a lot of work to do, but today, let's celebrate the win. And again, thank you so much, everyone that worked on this today.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris Dawson, followed by Councilmember De Leon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members who brought this forward and shepherded it through. Couldn't have been more timely, and all the members who've spoken today. I just want to reiterate to the people of Los Angeles who are listening, those of you who are around, as Ms. Rodriguez alluded to, when this happened the first time, it was very different for this city. I talked about last week that in South LA, a block away from Normandy Avenue Elementary School, ICE trucks parked with people just waiting to watch families go to school and decide which ones they should question or stop. You saw people in the parking lots, ICE agents in the parking lots of grocery stores, knowing full well the people most dependent on supermarkets are people with small children. And they just wait and talk to people. And this time, the proposal is that plus the United States military. And there's no reason to believe, if we know anything about the person who just won the election, we know that their bark is their bark, and their bark matches their bite. This puts at our doorstep a situation that can interrupt the peace that we have, the productivity that we have, and this place where, with all of our problems and shortcomings, people have, one, decided to live, and two, people can raise their family. The other big dynamic that we have to prepare for, in addition to what we've done today, and I agree there's much more work today to do, people don't call the police and report crime. People don't call the police, especially, and report domestic violence related crimes. And sometimes, and this happened in my district, a house catches on fire and no one calls the fire department because nobody wants to invite the government in and risk deportation because you're trying to put a fire out. And so we have a big job ahead of us. This gives us the foundation and gives direction to our city departments to do, frankly, what they've been doing for decades and generations, but codifies that and puts us in a position to scaffold and build upon that to maintain Los Angeles as the kind of place where we can all live in peace, we can continue our productivity, and where we can lead the nation as a city of immigrants.
Councilmember De Leon, followed by Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, I want to rise, and I also want to recognize Ms. Hernandez, Mr. Soto Martinez, as well as Ms. Rahman, for bringing this measure forward. This is very special to me in particular, given that I am the original author of Sanctuary State. And trust me, back in 2016, it was no easy feat in the state legislature to move forward and making California, not a particular city, but the whole state of California, the 5th largest economy on planet Earth, an actual sanctuary state, being the first state in the nation to declare ourselves, but with legal teeth, not symbolic, not performative, but with real symbolic teeth. So much so that then Attorney General of Department of Justice, Jeff Sessions, actually came to California, came to our home turf, came to Sacramento, to be very specific, to announce that the Department of Justice would be suing the state of California and myself, and we would be going to court on this issue. Well, we made sure that we could pass constitutional muster, understanding that once we move forward a measure like this, that we'd be sued and litigated almost immediately, that there were limitations within our powers to make California a sanctuary state, given the fact that ICE agents from Homeland Security can enforce federal immigration laws. But what can we do as a state and what can we do as a city that reflects our values and our principles of who we are and what we come from and what we stand for, knowing that we don't want to utilize local government or state government resources to aid or abet, to collaborate, to cooperate with Homeland Security and ICE agents based on the color of one's skin and, more importantly, in this case, your legal status. So that battle was not easy, by no stretch of the imagination. And dealing with the lawyers and dealing with then Attorney General Eric Holder, who is at Covington Law Firm right now, and working with him, knowing that we would be litigated and we would actually end up in a federal court. So much so, we actually ended up at the U.S. Supreme Court. We went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, even with Trump nominees on that Supreme Court. And we passed muster. They ruled actually in our favor, knowing that we cannot utilize, if we have the right to do so, utilize local resources to aid or abet ICE agents to detain and eventually deport an individual due to their legal status. LAPD is to serve and protect. LAPD is to enforce our local laws here in the city of LA, just like in San Diego, just like in Santa Ana, just like the county sheriffs as well as highway patrol. Those are not federal tax dollars, those are local and state tax dollars to be utilized for the enforcement of our own city and state laws. So as we move fast forward in 2017, and I thank you for the individuals who were here back in 2017 and for your leadership as you took Special Order 40, which was far-reaching and way ahead of their time with the LAPD, and I got to recognize LAPD for that. But you took Special Order 40 and you made it into an executive order, in this case, an executive directive 20. So sort of kind of copy and paste and copy and paste and copy and paste as we move forward, and here we are today with this motion. And as we codify or we make it statutory, you know, it's obviously the right thing to do, but we have to be very careful too. Que no engañamos a la gente, that we don't mislead folks too, that there's some special force field that we have because of our undocumented status. Because aside from being the original author of Senate Bill 40, or Senate Bill, I should say 54, and along with the hate that came with it, and along with all of the death threats that came with it, and I had to have armed security for quite a number of years of all the death threats that came with it. More importantly to me, why it hits here harder is because I'm the youngest child of a single immigrant mother with a third-grade education who came here as an undocumented immigrant herself, and a woman who's just as American as anyone else. And the sad part about this, and I think we all agree with this, is that we have so many of our people here still undocumented because of the lack of leadership in Washington, D.C. I know Ms. Imelda Padilla made reference to IRCA, the Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986, that then was passed by then President Ronald Reagan in a bipartisan manner with the Democratic leadership of the legislative branch of Congress. Fast forward 40 years, close to 40 years, we're playing defense. We're playing defense, we're playing defense, and we're in reactive mode. But so be it, because that is what it is now, given the fact now that they have the trifecta. They have the bicameral legislative body in the Congress, the U.S. Senate in the lower house, the executive branch, and now the U.S. Supreme Court. because they play the long game in terms of the federal bench as well as the U.S. Supreme Court. Unfortunately, we don't do that right there. But that's why it is important that we move forward with this measure. I do want to recognize the folks who have moved it forward together. I'm happy that we've been able to establish it, so it wasn't that complex. Didn't take a lot of legal deep analysis, or amendments to do this. Just look it up, cut and paste, and we move forward. But I want to thank you, and I want to thank Council President, for what I would believe be a modest, moderate, and appropriate amendment as well, too. Trust me, I dealt with the same issue up in Sacramento, and you don't want to serve on a silver platter to the Trump administration, and more importantly, his political operatives, to do what they will most likely do. And we saw what they did in the presidential elections with some of the commercials. So I just want to raise my voice to support this measure as we move forward with Senate Bill 54, which evolved into ED 40, which now evolves into item number 52. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hernandez, followed by Councilmember Krikorian.
Thank you, Council President. The city of Los Angeles is the best city in the entire nation because of the 1.3 million immigrants that make this city run. From the food on our tables to the people in all the different economies, it's the 1.3 million immigrants that make our city the best city in the nation. And today, the message to that community is that the City Council of Los Angeles is with you. We are with you. We will fight alongside you. We will protect you. And we will work together to make sure that our families stay whole. And that's what today represents. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Councilmember Krikorian.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to thank the authors and all of my colleagues today for the important comments about this important step that we're taking today, and particularly about the need to ensure that our immigrant community here in Los Angeles understands that we understand their fear that Councilmember Rodriguez so eloquently described, and why that is important that this council, especially at a time like this, especially when we've heard the announcements that we've heard from the president-elect, that we understand their fear and that we will take action to ensure that we're not a party to the destruction of families and the disruption and division of our city. And so I think it's very important that we move forward today with this, this measure, and I thank the authors for that. I also want to add a little historical context because it's important for the public to understand a little bit of that as well, and what we're not doing. Because I know that, this phrase sanctuary city has become the subject of the most immense demagoguery around this country by, folks on the left and the right, frankly. And so I want to make sure we understand, what the city's history on this has been. Some folks in the public even described how embarrassing it is that the city hasn't taken action on this earlier. Well, 45 years ago, Police Chief Daryl Gates, not seen as a friend to communities of color or vulnerable communities in this city, Daryl Gates established Special Order 40. So when Fox News says that we're doing something wild and crazy here, let's remember that 45 years ago, this city enacted Special Order 40. And Special Order 40 has stood without change through 10 chiefs of police and 7 presidents of the United States of both parties. Why? Because it is essential to public safety. First of all, because it's essential to ensure that our immigrant communities don't have to live in fear that the Los Angeles Police Department is going to be going and enforcing immigration laws, but also so that we can ensure that our immigrant communities know that they can come forward to the Los Angeles Police Department and be witnesses to crime and report crimes and not be in fear that if they do the right thing, that they or their relatives will face deportation. That's why Special Order 40 mattered 45 years ago and still matters today. Since 2014, for the last 10 years, it has been the policy of the Los Angeles Police Department not to honor any ICE request to hold an individual otherwise eligible for release from custody absent a judicial determination of probable cause for that detainer or a valid warrant from a judicial officer. For the same reasons, because we want to make sure that our communities, our residents know that we are not going to be a party to expediting their deportation or to enforcing the federal immigration laws. Because the Los Angeles Police Department does not have the resources to do that, it's not our job, and it's not consistent with the values of our city or our city council or the Los Angeles Police Department to do that. The LAPD has never participated and will not participate in the voluntary program established under federal law to allow LAPD to enforce immigration laws. We have never done that, and we are not going to do that. And then in March of 2017, under Mayor Garcetti, of course, there was the executive directive, his executive directive number 20, to even broaden and make clear that Los Angeles will not be a party to ICE efforts here to enforce federal immigration laws, where the primary purpose is federal civil immigration enforcement. No employee of the city would assist or cooperate with or allow any city monies or resources to be used to assist or cooperate with those sorts of federal actions. So this has been the practice and policy of this city in one way or the other for almost a half century, and it has worked. And so we need to, and the progress that we've made in improving this to make sure that our communities feel safe has also been beneficial, not only to those communities, but to all Angelenos, because it makes all of us safer. So I hope that the demagoguery that undoubtedly will begin at a national level as soon as we pass this ordinance will also be mindful of the fact that by enacting this ordinance, by the continuing practices that we've been engaged in the city for 45 years, we are actually keeping Angelenos safer. That has to be a part of the story of what we're doing. We're not only just keeping immigrant communities safer, we're keeping all of us safer by enacting this ordinance. So again, I want to thank my colleagues for their hard, difficult work in creating an ordinance that actually codifies all these great practices that we've been engaged in. And when the amendments come back to us, I will be proud to support this ordinance.
Thank you. And I want to add my voice as well to the chorus of strong support for this measure. You know, while we're not making any big policy change, as many of my colleagues have expressed, we have been doing this. We have been a pro-immigrant city for a number of years. We know that there is a target on our back from this president-elect, and what we are doing here is we are hardening our defenses. We are codifying our good policies on protecting immigrants. We are making that bold statement that we stand with our immigrant community, and we are hardening our defenses, and that's why I join all of my colleagues and thank my colleagues for raising this in strong support. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Council President. I would like to move to add an amending motion, 52C, to request that the City Attorney's Office draft an urgency clause with this ordinance, please. Thank you.
Great. Mr. McCosker, seconds?
So
hot seconds, lots of seconds, but so without objection, we can include that, or do we need a separate vote on that?
No, Mr. President, it might be best, just to make it clear, to have a formal vote on 52C, and if that passes, then on 52A as amended by 52B and C. But first, if the council can vote on 52C to request the city attorney to add the urgency clause, please.
Okay. Seeing no members on the queue, we'll open the roll for 52C, the urgency clause, asking the city attorney to include that. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tally the votes.
13 ayes.
And the final vote will be 52A as amended by 52B and 52C, sir.
Okay. I think all the members have spoken already, so let's open the roll, close the roll, and tally the votes.
13 ayes.
Yes, and we'll move this forthwith, without objection. Ms. Hernandez, do you have something, or is that what you were going to request?
I just wanted to request that we move it forthwith.
Got it.
Thank you.
We're on the same page. Yeah. Okay, it is passed. Okay. And Mr. Herman, you were standing up during speeches, blocking other people behind us, which you know is disruptive. Do not do that again. Do not stand up and block people. Even though you're wearing your Batman uniform, we know who you are, and don't do it.
And Mr. Chair, just for the record, Mr. Herman has been warned before, so that is his second warning. He is eligible for removal. And Mr. Herman, I would remind you that you are already on probation.
Okay, what's next?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those motions, without objection, they're posted and referred.
That clears the desk, sir.
Great. Colleagues, any announcements? Mr. McCosker for an announcement.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On this historic and serious day, I have a fun announcement. I do realize you'll be the judge of whether this is fun, but I've got a little video to play.
All right.
Maybe I don't. Maybe I do. So, last week, I had the opportunity to travel to Croatia with a delegation of residents from the 1-5, with the port, the airport, Department of Water and Power, the Chamber, tourism, the sister cities, and we had a number of great meetings that I'll report on later to the different constituencies. But at the hot core of this meeting, we had an opportunity, with the great help of our United States Ambassador to Croatia, Natalie Reyes, to host the Croatian Olympic Committee. And we made a presentation to the Croatian Olympic Committee headed by Zlatko Mateša, who is on my left, to the right side of the screen. We made a proposal that in San Pedro, because we have 35,000 Croatian immigrants and Croatian Americans in our community, that we would host Croatia House for the 2028 Olympics. We signed an MOU with the Croatian Olympic Committee that was also witnessed by to the right of me, between me and Natalie there. That is a former president of Croatia who is a member of the IOC, and we are now in the planning stages of making sure that we have a beautiful event in San Pedro where we host cultural, artistic, athletic exchanges in San Pedro during the entire span of the Olympics and the Paralympics. And so it was great fun. I'm really appreciative to the U.S. Ambassador who gave us space to be able to conduct the negotiations. And of course, Janice Hahn was a big part of this trip across the Croatian country. But I just wanted to make this announcement that it's very exciting for the folks in the harbor area that we will have Croatia House in LA, in San Pedro, during the Olympics.
Thank you. Colleagues, additional announcements. Mr. Krikorian? No? Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, colleagues, for an adjournment.
Adjourning.
Adjournment.
Are there any additional announcements, colleagues? Seeing no announcements, I would ask everyone in the chambers to rise as we move into adjourning motions, and we'll start with Councilwoman Rodriguez.
Thank you, colleagues. This is a tough one because this individual has made an indelible mark on this city. So I ask that we adjourn in the memory of our own Shannon Hoppus from the CAO's office. Shannon was a native Angelino, born and raised in San Pedro. She loved this city and spent 31 years dedicating her life to making it a better place. She did not spend her career working on flashy projects that get a lot of headlines. She was a passionate and dedicated advocate for operational excellence. Much of it spent working alongside our clerk to help make sure that the city was functional and operational. Shannon was a positive, transformative presence in both her personal and professional life, always questioning the norm and challenging the status quo. Her work led to successful systems implementations and process improvements that fostered consistency, innovation, and transparency across city operations. In fact, I first got to work and meet with her when I was on the Board of Public Works, and I got the initial lump sum to start leading the overhaul of LA Boven. And it was me, Shannon, also with John Reamer, that we would meet every other week to get that project completed. And that was the initial inception of procurement reform in the city of Los Angeles. And she was among the drivers of that, which is no surprise that it landed her the job as the first city procurement officer. She was instrumental in establishing that office and create and support a holistic ecosystem for the city's business procurement programs. Her greatest accomplishment was transforming the internal culture and empowering employees to take bold steps toward innovation. She helped launch the Regional Alliance Marketplace for Procurement, commonly known as RAMP, a platform foundational in achieving the city's and region's commitment to a robust, transparent, and inclusive procurement environment, and one designed to support economic prosperity for Los Angeles residents for years to come. Shannon's warmth, leadership, and wisdom will be dearly missed by her friends, colleagues, and all who had the privilege to work with her during her career. For her family, know that Shannon was loved and respected in this building and will be greatly missed. Colleagues, I'd like to ask that we make this a full council adjournment in her memory, and my condolences to all of the colleagues that I know are heartbroken, of course, her family that treasured her. Look at who's turned out today. There's no shortage of the individuals that she's reached, not including the countless businesses, women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, that were able to actually contract and navigate this ridiculous procurement process that we have in the city of Los Angeles. And it was done because of her steadfast, diligent, and persistent leadership. She cared enough to make it better and did sometimes what would often be unthinkable, because it's an old system that so often no one really cared to take the time to challenge and change. But she did it. And she did it with compassion and care for the people that she knew would be better for it. And so with that, colleagues, God bless her. May she rest in peace. And we are a better city because Shannon worked in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rodriguez, and we are a better city. And thank you for making this an all-council adjournment. Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Councilmember Rodriguez, for those moving words about our dear friend of all of us. Shannon really was a model for what public service is, and I think your initial comments about she didn't work on the things that are necessarily so sexy but really matter, that's what public service is. And when I look at the people who are standing here today, and I think about it, I had the good fortune of working closely with Shannon over the last, 5, 6, 7 years on RAMP and all these other things. And this was not just her showing up and trying to do what she was asked to do. This was her pursuing a passion, something she cared deeply about, and something she knew would be meaningfully important to thousands and thousands of people who work for small businesses all around this city. And she became a crusade for her. And she was out there in the field, talking to businesses and making sure that they understood what we were doing, above and beyond the call of duty all the time. And that's what's, that's what the best of those who serve in public service do. And so I'm so going to miss her, and I know we all are. And I should mention also, and our condolences to Shannon's entire family. Shannon came from a family of public service. Her mom was a longtime city employee as well. And so she learned from an early age the value of service. And again, we see it here in her legacy, which is what she was able to accomplish and the people that she touched and was able to work with. None of us ever knows how many days we get on this earth. None of us knows this. None of us knows if this may be our last. None of us is entitled to immortality. But in my view, the closest we can come to that is in influencing the people around us for the better and being remembered by those whom we've touched. And when you look at this room and look at all the people who came here just for Shannon, just to remember Shannon, that's pretty close to immortality when you touch that many people in such a deep way. So to all of her friends and especially to her family, please know that we share in your grief, but we also share a lot of joy for having known Shannon and for having seen her work and for knowing how much she has changed this city for the better. May she rest in peace.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rahman.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Councilmember Rodriguez, for bringing Shannon's family here, and thank you to everybody from the CAO, and I'm sure from Mayor Garcetti's office. Many of her colleagues there are here today. I just wanted to add my voice to the chorus singing Shannon's praises. We had the opportunity to engage with her on the issue of procurement. Councilmember Krikorian and I worked together to create an Office of Procurement at the CAO because we had engaged with Shannon at the mayor's office and found the work that she did to be so essential that we wanted to make sure it didn't go away when the mayoral administration changed. And there are really very few bureaucrats and people in this building who bring the kind of excellence and thoughtfulness that she brought to her work, the care for detail. And when I heard about her passing, I was really in shock and incredibly, incredibly sad. So I just wanted to share my condolences with all of you and with all of her colleagues. We will all miss her very much. And the work that she did to make LA better, yes, it's not sexy, but it is the work that will actually save LA. Going forward, it's the work that's going to make this city better. It's going to make it possible for us to do all of these other things that may garner more press, but it is the work that she did that is really going to make LA whole as we move forward and ensure that it's really serving all of our constituents. So I want to thank all of you for being here today, and thank you for allowing us a chance to remember Shannon and to honor her memory.
Great, thank you. Are there any other adjourning motions? Seeing no other members on the queue, let's go out, serve the city well in Shannon's memory. This meeting is adjourned.
relationship or not. Basically, these individuals will do their homework, and then they will use that to make you seem like they're in the same situation as you are. They're trying to gain your trust. Then you got to question yourself, is this too good to be true? And if it is, just don't communicate with them. Don't communicate with them. If you feel that you have been victimized by these individuals, report them to the social media platform so that they can review their terms and conditions. If they're being violated, they will probably suspend those accounts. Also, electronic service providers are mandated reporters, and if they become aware of any child sexual exploitation, they will go ahead and report it to the National Missing and Exploited Children, who will pretty much triage it and determine where it needs to go for investigation.
Say that last part again. You said that the social media employees or companies